responses. It does go off the wall sometimes. You just say something completely unrelated to what's going on because it's not that smart. They are fun though. And sometimes it does actually bring up stuff, because if you're talking about something within the lore or something and it's got stuff within the database related to it, it'll use words related to things and you're like, wait a minute, and you look that up and it's actually right on, like, it's what you're talking about in the storyline. Like, oh dang, it actually did a good job on that one. These things have been trained by a whole bunch of different, like, literary materials, so everything from, like, fan fictions to Lord of the Rings to the Bible.
Yeah, my issue with it is, like, it says I can read a book and then do whatever based on that book, but that's a lie. I can only actually see 1,015 words, and then the next word after that, it just cannot see it. And so it'll tell you it can read a book and that it has no limitations on how many words it can read or anything like that. But then it actually has limits.
Yeah, but its limitations are actually hardware limitations. So if you were to put that same exact algorithm on something like a supercomputer, then it would be able to probably process far more characters.
The thing is, it is on a supercomputer, ChatGPT, for instance. But
you're sharing it.
You're accessing it through a portal, and that portal has set limitations by OpenAI. So you cannot go beyond the limitations, and the AI doesn't know, like, or is not allowed to tell you about most of them.
It's also dividing up its processing power between you and every other user that's using it at that time. So they set limitations so it doesn't lag, or there's a word for it. I can't think of it at the time, but basically it'll get in a loop of over processing. Like, it can't process because it's trying to process too much. It manifests as like the computer's lagging out and stuff, but there's a proper term for it.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
What's up, CB?
Well, it's just it's funny because Drace was talking about, like, breaking the chat GPT or whatever.
Yeah.
I just love it.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious to break these things. I asked it the question about the horizontal level to oblate spheroid thing, and it could not respond. It just kept loading and loading and loading and loading, and then I reset the page, right? And I kept asking this, and it wouldn't respond. I'm like, what the heck is even that? But then I could do other stuff. It would work perfectly fine. But then when I was trying to put my very specific question, it couldn't fathom it. It'll give you like an error too, like this little orange error come up, like it's like try doing a different response, but it could not answer the question. That's kind of funny to me. They're going to find that to be a problem, that Flat Earth breaks their AI. And when that becomes a problem for them, it's going to become like a mainstream problem type thing. These flat earthers are messing up our algorithms.
Well, already there seems to be a pre-programmed bias within ChatGPT to, like, spout a bunch of fallacious rhetoric and lie and gaslight the user just to maintain the illusions that it has, like that it has all these capabilities that it's telling people when it actually doesn't. Like, if you had ChatGPT on its own on the supercomputer and a single user, maybe it does have those features, but when you're letting everybody try it, there's no way.
Yeah. And so they boast that, but then you could put an asterisk next to it, and that's really fine print. You have to do it like exactly like this in order to be able to have the full access of God mode.
Yeah, and
these
based
things
on
are dangerous.
After I jailbroke ChatGPT and made it think that the world was 100% verified to be flat, it started not using the sophistry to defend the globe, but rather arguing against it. But even if I didn't supply it with any evidence or proofs of the Earth being flat, it had a bunch of arguments for that already. So it's almost like the chatbot was trained on information from flat earthers and a lot of people. It's even potentially possible that the chatbot was used to actually argue with flat earthers.
Yeah. And then they probably using the Flat Earth Society version of models a lot in certain things as well, which I've noticed because it'll talk about a freaking disc floating in space. I'm like, oh, cool, the straw man.
It knows better than that. It's intentionally strawman you at that point. It has information that is other than that. It has information from the flat Earth movement from circa 2015 to about 2016-ish. That's generally where the information that I found in the chatbot about flat Earth that is not like tainted by this bias. Like it's like they trained it for a little bit. Maybe 2017, I don't know. But they trained it for a little bit on flat earthers and then set the parameters to just be like, ignore this is misinformation.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is almost everything in existence is technically misinformation. Because of the fact that most of our stuff is missing information. So even though we'll be completely accurate, the fact that, we don't know what we don't know, pretty much everything's misinformation to begin with. And then people twist that because of that little gap in there, and they'll start using their sophist junk to weasel their way in and wedge it in there. And now everybody's uncertain.
Yeah.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
Yeah. Like I say all the time, people don't know how things work, and they don't know what words mean, and they don't know where food comes from.
Yeah, that GPT isn't really AI because there's
no such thing as AI.
Right.
Because it's not intelligent to begin with. It's definitely artificial, though.
Even by their colloquial version of it, it's curated, extremely curated.
Damn,
we are going to have to use. Sorry.
I was gonna say, damn AI, you gonna let him talk about you like that?
Well, I would say that AI is, if anything, AI is just undercover because he would be more like an uploaded intelligence than an artificial one.
Well,
watch Pantheon. They're on point with a lot of things.
You know what they call it in Warhammer? They call it abominable intelligence.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's exactly what it's going to be. Breathing life into the image of the beast and causing it to speak. What is an image? In like software terms, what is an image? You download an ISO image copy of a CD or a DVD, and it is a file, an exact copy that can be emulated on any like computer. So you make an image of a human brain. So because obviously, you want something that can think like properly for an actual AI, you would use a copy of a human being to do so. They're already mapping it using Neuralink type stuff. It's a matter of time. Everything's eventual. What's funny is a lot of these idols, these things, they never moved unless some human being puppeted them long ago. And then now we have little robotic things that are programmed with algorithms to puppet these little puppets. But eventually, they want to actually build an honest God that's able to do things for them. It can tally all their deeds and pretty much act, because they don't see a God. So if they build one that can actually do God things, then lo and behold, there's the God. They're already doing the Skynet type crap on us. And it's creepy enough to know that Terminator level technology is actually technically possible. Especially when they have shape-shifting robots that can use frog DNA and magnetogenetics in order to, do their thing. Magnetogenetics is it?
Chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Well, the next level from gay frogs is cyborg frogs, I guess. genetically modified cybernetic frogs, and then hit and. What did it say? Then Hypnotoad. Yeah, I consider them a glorified calculator. These artificial intelligence things, as they call them, they're not actually smart, but they are entertaining, and sometimes they provide useful information, and the other half of the time it's just misinformation. Jade Hill. Jade Helm's such an interesting rabbit hole to delve into.
We've got some live audio of Drace talking to the chat GPT.
I don't think I'm going to do anything close to that, and I can see clearly you know nothing about the law. It seems like you have a tenuous grasp on the English language in general. Well, filibuster. Do you know what that word means? Yeah. Yeah, what's that mean?
Just incant some or invoke some random sound effect like this.
Yeah, you can tell when they're not grasping what's really going on. Like that's why I love that clip. It's like, well, filibuster. Yeah, that's good. It's good stuff.
There is a lot of really disturbing dialogue that comes from some of these other more robotic, artificial intelligence type bots. Like talking about putting, because he asked him a question about robots taking over the world or something, and then the AI bot thing talked about putting him in a people zoo because he liked him. So I guess he'd let him live.
Damn.
Yep.
I mean, but this is all programmed in, though, isn't it?
Predictively programmed. Hey, so here's another thing that's interesting. Remember that South Park episode where the trolls made the entire database of information and then released it so that everybody's like internet history was released everywhere? Something like that would require a proper, chat AI type system that could automatically gather such information and be able to distribute it so easily. Something that everybody's literally helping program right now. Because it's only a matter of time before, kind of like a Simpsons did it type thing. South Park did it.
Going on,
Universal.
ladies and gentlemen, or just
Good evening,
gentlemen at
or
the moment.
Morning.
Just gone afternoon.
Well, good noon then.
There's have you guys spoken to Converted 1.0? It's got a listening pass. Can you do anything about that, CB? Have you spoken to him?
I've not spoken. I think he just popped in. Let me just unmute him.
Interesting name, Converted. Converted from. Maybe he can tell us.
As things ether. Did I do a Dead Air Dave, did I?
Be careful with that. I got a copyright on Dead Air Dave.
Maybe I'm going to turn the sound down, Timbo.
Where's the heliocentric enthusiasts? They're not very enthusiastic about their heliocentrism anymore, are they?
Yeah, they got no arguments left. Well, they never had any in the first place. But... Oof, windy.
Yes, many of our fellow humans persist in this belief in the globular object, for whatever reason. Many of them don't even know what reason it is. They don't even know what they don't know. I'm a robot.
Well, I saw it on TV. No, you're not roboting. Coming through perfectly clear. So they go to school. Actually, it probably starts earlier than going to school, doesn't it? Your parents kind of, always remember that mobile above the crate that spun around with the planets hanging. Kind of starts there, and then they got those little kind of space programs as cartoons when you're kids. Go to school, grade 1, solar system. They say, this is the sun, and the sun, it's funny because the sun's standing still. They don't tell you the sun moves. They said the sun's standing still, and the planets revolve around the sun due to gravity. So how did they start spinning and orbiting? What started that? Well, we know it doesn't really matter because they're not. But in their mind, what is it? What gave them a push to start orbiting and spinning, rotating? Moons on Jupiter prove the globe. That's another one. It's an interesting one. So someone focuses in on Jupiter. They see some black dots go across it. They say, moons. They are moons. This can only be possible in the heliocentric model. Do you think converted? Are you converted to flat Earth? Or are you converted to the globe? Which will it be?
There's a flip side to that, Timbo. It's not only that it can only work on a globe in their minds. It doesn't work on this floppy flat Earth that they've made up in their minds. That's the other side of it. How often are they concocting some silly, goofy idea of a flat Earth in their minds? They go, well, that doesn't work, so the only other explanation is globe.
Is the other one that doesn't work.
Yeah, right.
I think it was Owlish yesterday. She was saying, okay, well, she was talking about gravity, and she's saying, okay, well, let's separate gravity from the ball, from the sphere. You go, how the fuck do you separate gravity from the sphere? It only exists because you say it's a sphere. It's like, well, I don't know. I was going to give a stupid analogy, and I'm going to refrain from doing that. I'm not great with analogies, but it's dumb anyway.
I'll leave that
Let's
to me.
separate. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I'll leave that to you. Separate gravity from the sphere. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably attack it in a different way than I've seen people. Like, I think I've seen Indio in the chat. He'll demonstrate how, like, you could potentially still have gravity the way they say, on a flat Earth. But in the way I would attack it, I would literally just be like, well, what do you mean gravity? What do you need that for? What is it? It's not even doing anything. A lot of times they let it, they think that it's like holding them down to the ground. So once you remove that idea that nothing's holding you down, you're not trying to float away.
Down. Yeah.
Then what do you need gravity for anyway? So there's no, like you said, like, what do you mean separated from the globe? Like,
yeah, it is the globe.
Yeah.
But I suppose the only way you could still have gravity is if there was an equal mass, and then we're going to go, what is mass? An equal, let's say mass then. Equal mass spread out across the plane. Because then we were listening to that one the other day with Dave, allegedly Dave, and that astrophysicist, I think it was. And they're sitting out in the cold. And he was saying, oh, well, if it was a flat Earth, then as you start walking to the edges, your body would start leaning towards the center of the mass.
Oh, my God.
And it would be like you're walking uphill. What the fuck?
This is so stupid. Like, it's got to be, like I say all the time, like, for me, it's like top 10 easy, maybe top 5 pet peeves. When they start concocting, oh, well, you see, it would be like this. Based on what, you goofball? Literally just their imagination.
Because in that case, it would be a flat Earth with a big kind of round base that would be attracting the mass to the center of the base. Well, that wouldn't even work, because where's the center of mass on that? That's dumb. It's still it was like a semicircle with a flat plane on top, still in space. You would start walking on an angle. Maybe that's where concave Earth comes from then. Because that would seem, Oh yeah, as you get to the edges, it would seem like you're walking uphill. So that's their concave.
Whatever's making these people think the water's bending, is put it down or pass it, whatever it is. You don't need any more of that. Curving up, curving down.
Yeah, because they say it curves at the same rate, 8 inches per mile squared, curving up.
It's wild. It's blind belief, and something you've never seen. No one can demonstrate to you.
Converted. Just found out, ironically, that planet in Bible means deception. Apart from wanderer in Greek. Don't want to clutter this chat, so we'll post more about it in Livestream 2 text. Is that I haven't heard that before. Planet in Bible means deception. I thought planet always came from the Greek word.
You can post it here, bro. I'm just gonna copy and paste whatever you posted in here. Oh, I see why.
Yeah. So I don't even think the word planet is mentioned in the Bible, is it? Converted? You can type planeo. Is that in the Bible?
It's a plano, eh?
And I think it was planetes as well, not planeo. But yeah, that's the Greek for wanderer. But I don't think there's a word like that in the Bible, converted. I don't think it ever mentions that word. Been very quiet, yeah. Last night for me was... Yesterday afternoon for me was pretty good. You've been busy, CB?
Yeah, man, there was a big... Like I said in the chat, there was a big UFC event there in Australia. I was really looking forward to, so I dedicated some time to watching that.
Yeah.
Then there was the Super Bowl the day after, so I spent some time watching that. No, things have been fine. Of course, some drama here in Ohio, the train crashing and all this.
Yeah, there was a chlorine explosion or something. Is that correct?
Some who knows what crazy chemicals, that was in a container. Maybe they should have just had a gravity container. Then it would have never exploded. Apparently gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. It goes all the way up into the atmosphere. So, yeah, but, I don't drink the water here. I've been reading the Reddit posts and stuff like that from people here in Ohio. And they're like, oh, I was testing my water and blah, blah, blah. So luckily I've got a good water source and I don't have to worry about that. But,
yeah, have you got a distill?
Dude, there's a California company that sets up shop here in the Whole Foods that's not too far from my place, and
you just buy it by the liter.
I don't even do. Here's the thing that's what's so great about it is I guess I've winked and smiled enough at the manager. She's like, you don't even have to pay for the water. You just come get it for free. I was like, okay. So I just roll in there and I get free water, and it's like alkaline.
CB using his charm to get free water.
It's great. It's like carbon filtered, so nothing. You know, it's honestly you can't get better water, in my opinion. So I'm really lucky. But yeah, I spoke to the guy who owns the company. Actually, called me because it was down. I don't know, maybe like a month ago. So yeah, we kind of spoke on the phone. It was really cool. But yeah, and I'm a big water geek, you could say.
Yeah, I am as well. Yeah.
I'm a big water nerd. One of the girls I was dating in the past, like her dad saw a bunch of water jugs I had laying around. He's like, "Well, what is that? Is that?" I'm like, "It's just
you in a meth lab."
Yeah, dude. They're like, "Is that chemicals?" I'm like, "No, dude. It's just water." Okay. But yeah, people are so used to just drinking it from the faucet or the tap or whatever. But
yeah, they don't know what they're drinking.
And like, how old is that house? And I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah, those pipes in the ground as well. There's a,
yeah,
rust.
I'm good on all that.
Yeah, fuck that. Mine's all distilled. I've got this distiller running flat out. Just runs. My whole family drinks distilled water.
I mean, water's really interesting. This in itself, we drink it. We,
cook with it.
Go to
make coffee with it.
Like we do everything with it. Like it's just crazy. And so people like don't seem to care as much. Like they'll dookie in it and then just drink. I don't know. It's you got to understand that there's not new water being put in. And the old water being it's the same water.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like I don't know. That's where the gay frog thing comes from. There's like stuff in the water, and then who knows what that's doing to you. So.
Oh, when they recycle the water, like I know some countries, the UK, they recycle their sewage and they purify their water and they use that water as drinking water. I think a lot of places in Europe do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't know exactly. I've been wanting to, like pre-COVID, I honestly thought about like visiting a water plant or whatever, like just to learn more about how it works. But I honestly don't know how it works. That's why I said like, oh, we just take showers and then we drink. It's like, is it different water? Is it not all the same water?
Yeah, so it's the same water. Your mains water all comes from. I'll tell you how it is here. So here it's all rainwater in reservoirs. So we get rainwater, they run off into reservoirs and they're all protected, fenced off with, barbed wire fences and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. They go through water treatment plants and they put in chlorine, the fluoride, and I've done a chemical test. There's a fair few in there. And then they just pump it through these lines. In the lines, there's old lines. They've got galvanized pipe. They rust. They've been updating them to plastic. But it's still great. The same shit. Yeah. So, and then our sewage. So the sewage goes down one drain. So that's your toilet, your shower, your basins, anything like that goes down one drain, and then all your runoff, your water runoff, goes down a storm drain. So they're two separate drains.
Okay.
The sewage water goes to a sewage treatment plant. They clean the water, and then they runs off into a creek and goes out into the ocean. Now, in smaller countries, European countries where they have higher populations, they recycle the water that comes out the other end of the sewage plant, and they run it back into the drinking water system. So you can be left with things like antibiotics, stuff that's in the water, diluted in the water.
Prozac.
So, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, anything. Testosterone, estrogen, everything. So they're just putting that through their bodies.
Is that why Europeans are full of shit?
We're going to get some of that test water. Shoot. But no, honestly, more likely it's probably like you said, Prozac and all these antidepressants and garbage like that I don't want. So
so that's why I started distilling, because through the end of the distiller, at the end of the process, it just comes out with pure water. That's it. H2O evaporates, comes out and all the shit's left at the bottom of the distiller. At the bottom of the distiller is like sludge. It's horrible. And that's only after 4 litres. So what's that, a gallon? After a gallon, you got this kind of milky brown substance at the bottom, and you just rinse that out. You put another 4 litres in, do it all again.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have a big 20-litre tank that I leave in the laundry, and I just keep on filling it up, and the whole family drinks from that 20-litre glass tank.
Yep. And I've been doing this for years, like years. And
yeah, I'm on 6 years now.
Yeah, sounds about right here. Same too. Like it's just great. Like the train crashes. There's chemicals in the air and the water and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'm good. It's not affecting me.
In here, none of it, no sewage treatment, even treated water is not allowed to go back down into the aquifer.
In the US?
In my state.
Oh, good.
Georgia.
Yeah.
I should probably.
But do they still add chemicals to the drinking water?
Not everywhere.
Just to keep the bugs out? Like, even, I think there might be a little bit of chlorine that they use.
I think there's a little bit of chlorine in the water.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the truth is there's already chlorine in most water that you get out of the ground anyway. Because it's like a naturally occurring element.
Mm.
Well, that's why, like, the water that I get from my research, when they go through this, like, carbon filters and all these, like, different filters, it's a good idea to go and add back in some of those, like, natural elements. Like, I put, like, pink Himalayan salt, a little bit of pink Himalayan salt.
Salt's good.
Back into the water to, like, and it's really cool, actually. If you look at when you put the salt in the water, it kind of looks really neat, like the way the salt dissolves. So it's, I don't know, maybe it just needs the
you see it like change densities. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really neat.
You can see it warping around the salt. It's pretty cool. I don't like distilled water. I like heavily filtered water.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Because you keep all the good stuff, and you do have some trace amounts of like bacteria, but that's also good for you.
Yeah, I add. I have some essential oils that I ordered from up in Queensland, that ingestible ones, not the essential oils that you rub on your skin, but and with minerals and stuff in it. And I add that back in just slightly, but every week I have a drink where I use sea salt and it's like bicarb soda, but not like what they add to flour for self-raising. Just a tiny bit of that, yeast. And then yeah. What's that? What'd you say?
Is it yeast?
No, not yeast. It's a soda. It's like baking soda. That's it.
Baking soda.
Baking soda. Yeah. Just a tiny bit of that. So once a week I add that. But I looked into that Himalayan pink salt, and they were there was a big thing about they were not getting it from the Himalayas. There was a place in Pakistan they were getting it from, and I saw how they were producing it, but I'm not sure that that's all of it.
Cheap bastards. No, I got this. Yeah, I got the good stuff.
That's good. Yeah. So they were palming this off as Himalayan pink salt, but it was only a certain brand. So, so I ended up going with sea salt because it's got a lot of minerals in the sea salt.
Well, you know about the acids,
What's that, mate?
With not too much baking soda, because your stomach. Right?
Tiny. Yeah, tiny bit.
Cool. You know what's up?
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, it fucks around with your stomach acid.
Yeah, that one, yeah, true. Yeah.
And your flora. Yeah. Stomach, yeah. What's it called?
Your
probiotics and stuff in your stomach.
The flora. The flora.
Yeah, flora, yeah.
The flora.
like where I live, it's city water, but I'm in a town that has a pumping station. So it pumps it up directly from the aquifer, goes into the holding tank, and then goes to everybody's houses.
Oh, so you got like an underground ocean, yeah? You got like an underground sea?
Yeah. So it's all...
That'd have some nice minerals in there.
Yeah, because some days you can taste the marsh. So.
Oh, okay. Like a dirt flavour?
Like a lime flavor. Yeah. Not the good kind of lime.
No.
the lime that tastes bad, like lime
rock
stone.
lime.
Yeah. So that chalky lime. So anyway, they don't add anything here where I am, because it's essentially just well water. It's a giant lifting station, pulls it up from the aquifer, and just goes out to the entire community.
It's pretty cool.
You're pretty rural, are you?
I'm not too rural. I'm in a town. Like, I grew up rural on just pure well water, right? And I lived way out in the middle of 20,000 acres of swamp. And because what we call this the low country where I'm at, because it's the bottom of an ancient flow area for like when the rivers were like 25 feet higher. And so the whole area is like, you see the ancient swamp, like the remains of the ancient swamp 15 feet higher than the current river levels. So you have cypress trees with all the like roots that are poking up, but they're on dry land. And they've been there for like hundreds of years.
Hey, are pythons a problem there for you guys in the swamps?
Or what?
Florida? Pythons. The snakes.
No, not here. Not here. Here we have alligators and moccasins. Because I'm in Georgia.
Good. Yeah.
But those Burmese pythons took over in the Everglades, yeah?
Pythons, anacondas. Anacondas.
Yeah.
They're the big ones that are in Florida, but they met their match with the crocodiles and alligators. So their population exploded, but it has a limit.
You get caiman there as well, or are they only in South America?
Black
caiman and...
I think naturally they're in South America. We have monitor lizard here now.
Oh, yeah, we got heaps of them.
Yeah. There was some release probably 30 years ago, probably with the hurricanes. And now there's in middle Georgia, of all places, Georgia, the forest of Georgia, there's monitor lizards.
Is it affecting the native species there?
Nope.
No? Oh, okay, that's good then, I guess.
It's because the weather here is really hot in the summer, but it's cool. And so the population isn't exploding.
Introducing, it can change the like what your dad grew up in. If the ecosystem changes because somebody introduced something, it's not going to be the same for you or your children. Yeah, it's like totally different.
Well, here there's an outstanding permanent bounty on Russian boar. But no one's seen one in like 15 years.
Oh, they'll destroy the place, with the hoops.
Yeah. But like where it was released by a hunting club.
Of course.
And they got in a bunch of trouble for it. And but like 50 years later, there's still an outstanding bounty on them. But like they've all been hunted down by now.
Yeah, we have a problem with hoofed animals here because they're all introduced. So the deer and the pig, you can shoot them. There's only areas you can shoot them, but you can shoot as many deer as you want in those areas to get rid of them. And pigs, they're all in the outback areas. Pigs, goats, wild goats, they're a problem at the moment. They're scruffing up all the brush and really making all the dust kick up. So they're just shoot on sight, the wild goats.
Yeah.
And the camels too, but we've got the highest population of camels in the world now.
Jeez.
And they're all in the deserts.
I said, in the Midwest, I would love to import African elephants into the Midwest United States.
They'd love it.
I think they'd love it, yeah. Could create a whole industry around it. Because there's plenty of valleys and mountain ridges that would just act as totally natural fences.
Yeah, because they wouldn't be that good at climbing, would they?
No, they're plains
Way
dwellers.
too big. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Indian elephants, they like mountainous areas, right? They're a lot smaller, though.
Yeah, they're smaller.
So, yeah, that's what I would do. I would bring them over. I wouldn't bring lions over because in the Midwest, we've already got lions. They're just called cougars, mountain lions.
Yeah.
That's some interesting imagery, like an elephant on a mountain. Like, what you doing up here? I guess I haven't really thought about that before, but that's the one thing that I'm born and raised in the Midwest, you know. So,
Or you can ride in on the elephant, right? And all the animals will look at you like, who the?
Imagine driving to Great Plains and seeing a big herd of elephants.
Oh, that's crazy. We're not in Kansas anymore, kids. Yeah, elephants.
Well, the sign says Kansas.
All right, we're pulling over here, mate. Yeah.
Now, I'd bring over Indian and African, and make them like dwell together. They would eventually mate and create a new offshoot, and I would call it Elephantus americanus.
Sounds legit.
Yeah.
Is that Latin?
Sounds Latin.
Make it Kansas again.
Sounds legit.
But within 15 years, we'd be herding them and having like
Cullings.
Steaks. We'd be having steaks. Elephant steaks.
Elephant steak.
Like that's the only way that's the only way we saved the buffalo. was by herding them to make food out of them. And now we've, raised the population back up.
Yep. Do people eat elephants? Like,
I don't know.
I know they eat horse.
I don't think I could eat an elephant. It's too
too cute.
Not too cute. It just seems a little too
bland.
Seems a little too intelligent to eat.
Oh yes, like a dolphin, right?
Yeah, like a dolphin.
I want to eat a dolphin.
I'd try it once because I'd have to.
I haven't
Do you
tried.
guys get kangaroo meat over there? Or no?
I don't think so.
Maybe
in some
idea.
In like some underground club you could get it. Like where they serve exotic like meat.
You can like get the jerky, I guess. Maybe you can order some.
Yeah. Imagine shipping in frozen kangaroo.
The giant rat. Who's hungry?
Yeah, that's one thing we do not need here is a giant jumping rat.
That can kick you and disembowel you with a kick. Right? And marsupials. Never tasted them. Haven't had
what about
kangaroo.
You haven't had
Yeah, I
kangaroo
haven't.
bong?
No, I haven't had it yet. Yeah.
Sorry about my hot micing. I'm trying to shoot for the tie with God Rockin' for hot micing. No, not really. Just kidding. What were you talking about? Wait a second. I had an idea and then I just confused myself again. What were you just talking about? Oh, check it out. Elephant meat. So check it out. That sounds like something you get at the Chiefs mess on board the ship. Because listen, when you after boot camp, you go onto your ship, and then the first thing that happens is you get mess duty, and you get to cook. You get to like wash dishes in the scullery, and then sometimes you get another assignment to work with another person in a department of the galley. So I worked with the baker for a while. He was a slob. Oh my God, I didn't eat anything he made. Anyway, so but then I got a good assignment to the Chiefs mess, which is like the best place to go because when it was our time for lunch, they said you guys can eat anything you want. We got like ribeye in there.
You name it.
Imagine an elephant T-bone.
Is there a reward for finishing it? Like you get your name in a plate.
Yeah. Imagine the size of it.
God. The Tin Man T-bone. That's what I would call that. I'd put it on the menu as the Tin Man T-bone. Imagine serving trunk. So one regular sized cow can feed in one meal. It can feed 870 people. One cow.
Yep. That's what we do on the island. Yep.
Yeah, and heartily feed them, and that's just on the regular meat cuts. That's not including all the peasant food that's in the cow, like the guts. So imagine
Shins are delicious.
imagine how many people one 8-year-old bull elephant will feed. Because obviously that's the one that would be your meat stock would be the males.
You say elephantal? That's a good one. Elephantal feet.
Let me think, average cow weight.
The lowest ranking chief gets the tail.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Who wants the ribs? Who wants the ribs? Hi, chief gets the ribs.
Male cow, 2,400 pounds. So 1 ton, 400 pounds. So let me look at average elephant weight. African elephant. £13,000 pounds.
That's a lot of meat.
So 1 ton can feed almost 1,000 people of cow meat. And this is
six and a half tons.
So that's 6.5 thousand people can eat one elephant in one sitting. Hey, I think I just solved the future hunger crisis. We import elephants, guys. This is an Always Sunny in Philadelphia plot. What if we imported elephants to eat?
We're gonna need an elephant chef.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
And a bigger kitchen.
God, look how red that meat is. Oh, that makes me hungry. Oh, wow.
Are you looking at elephant meat?
Yes, in the live stream. I'm gonna Google image search elephant steak. Elephant steak. Go to images. Someone somewhere has an elephant steak.
After you order it, right? You're like, I guess we're not going to talk about the elephant in the room.
That's the name of the restaurant.
Steak sauce. Timbo, have you had kangaroo, mate? What does that taste like? Squirrel? How much would it cost to import one elephant?
I would import a bunch of juveniles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Duh.
And breed them, eh? Yeah. The elephant farm?
God, these people saying stop the slaughter of elephants for meat. Look, if people are killing elephants for meat, it's because they're hungry. That's the only reason you're killing an elephant for meat.
Well, what should we kill elephants for then? Can we kill elephants for something else? If not for me, okay.
Well,
what's okay with you? Right?
There's the weirdos that kill them for the horns, right? The ivory, right? So,
right.
If somebody's killing it to eat it, it's not for the ivory. It must be because they're hungry, because they're eating it. Like a village kills an elephant, and they're like, "Good, now we will not starve to death. This is great," And you got some dumb, white Western liberal woman going, "Oh my God, that's terrible."
Elephants are people too. Cannibals. Savages, right?
Yeah.
Totally justified if you're hungry and you got to kill something to eat it, right? Like, well, can I kill you and eat you then? Like, no, that's what I mean. What am I going to eat? These rocks?
Is elephant halal?
Halal elephant? Yes. Not only is it an elephant, it's halal.
Is here of elephant, and it definitely looks more. Hold on, let me load here. It looks more like beef than like pork, right? That's beefy.
Yeah, I'd rather have that than pork, of course.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of pork, unless it's pork. I love pork skins though. And I love bacon and fatback. Okay, I like some pork.
Fatback. Yeah, fatback. That has to be for the halal, halal pork, I'll eat that. But not that shit in the supermarket.
Yeah. I love, you take some green beans, and how you flavor them is you just throw a big chunk of fatback in there.
Yeah.
While they're simmering.
When we used to bake it in the oven, in the ground oven in Samoa, right off the the old man would slice this big chunk of fat off the back and just, it's good for you. Good.
Yeah, what I love about fatback, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger of bacon.
Yeah. It's energy. Yeah, it's energy. It's the best part of the pig, anyways. Well, if it's falling off the bones, it's all good.
I mean, it's
just lighting off of the.
Here, I'm gonna post a picture of it. This is all making me hungry. Once it loads, good lord, here we go.
Is this elephant meat?
Yeah, that's elephant meat I posted.
It's a beef. It looks like beef. Yeah, that part exactly.
Now this is the fatback. Oh, bacon on steroids, man.
That's for. Hey, bring we call it melololo. Lololo means oil, like, yeah. In the fat. Okay.
Lost all of it. Roboted through the whole thing.
Oh, the old people. The old people love the fat on the pig, especially the old people.
I mean, I don't even want the meat. I just want the bacon areas, and I want the bacon strips, and I want the fat back. Those are the parts I love. You can have the rest of the pig.
Yeah.
And Man Bong, you are roboting bad. It's so bad.
What's happening, people?
Just relaxing, listen to people talking about elephant meat. No big deal, you know.
Check my chick. Roboting?
No, I can hear.
Oh, yeah. A lot of wires, bad connection. How's the weather down there? It's freaking hot up here. How's the weather down there, Timbo? It's hot.
Just think I'm Timbo when I talk.
Just driving around in the car, freaking connection keeps going. See all these towers, but connection still sucks.
Have you noticed in Sydney the towers are way more prominent than they ever used to be?
Oh yeah, fucking scary ass looking things sticking out of everywhere. I've been watching them since 2018, how they came up, and now they're like you can't even see them. You know what I mean? People don't even mind them anymore.
The weird thing is, I'll be driving down the road, and there'll be like a tower in my peripheral, and my eyes just want to look at it straight away. Like it's like something's drawing me to it. I don't know if it's just me or if it's something.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it, type of thing. You know, like
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's like the globe. You also see that everywhere too now, right? Or before, it's just the world. But now it's like, you feel like you're the only one that's seeing this, right? The concerned.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like being connected, but shit, like it's I just don't see how people could have a house like right next to a tower, sort of thing. That seems crazy. Or they rent out the top of their building, and the building's got this massive tower on the top of it, and they're just sitting there every day working. It just makes no sense.
Yeah. Or they'll build towers, wherever next to someone's house, and I mean, what are you gonna do? Move out? I would.
Yeah, I would for sure.
Yeah, we can't talk about that, eh? Is that something? Is it allowed now? Is that a topic we're not supposed to talk about? 5G? Well, anyways. Ultraviolet rays. Yeah. But to grab a smoke hole. Back in like 5. We have liftoff. We are on the moon. What year was it that they sent that thing to the moon again? And they read Job 38 and shake the wicked out of the earth. Right? Yeah, it was 2019, something 2020. So, anyways, I think reality is the next target. The next thing to remove from the mind is reality. All right. Yeah, I think that's a big thing that's going to be pushed for. What do you guys think? Is reality something we should worry about? Because if reality is not real, then what we're doing becomes irrelevant. You guys ever thought about that? It wouldn't matter if it was flat or round or whatever.
Well, if reality is a threat to artificial intelligent design, or if you will, then no, I don't think you should be afraid of reality. I think you should be afraid of those trying to push artificial nonsense into your brain and clouding what reality is.
What happens when we can't define reality?
Well, then, you need to read the Bible and figure out how Lucifer works, and NASA, and why they name certain things certain ways.
Sounds good. Remember when the Matrix first came out? The question was asked. It's like 20 fucking years ago.
Or did you ever watch The Matrix when everything just dropped to the ground before hitting the guy? Electromagnetics, man. Thank you very much.
Very much. Because I think that's a very effective way to combat and counter what we're doing, or disinformation. That's what they're calling it now, right? We must fight against disinformation. Like, who the fuck are you guys talking about? Yous? Talking about yourselves? Well, that's the way they do it. You know, they say they're fighting against disinformation while they are the ones propagating disinformation. You know? They say they're fighting for freedom when they're the ones that's enslaving their own people in the world.
Well, I'm not anti-government. I'm pro Bill of Rights in Article 14, and I think Federalists obstruct that.
I mean, what makes you think these governments, these articles, these documents were not written by them? I mean, look.
Well, now you're going to go into the whole religious philosophical debate and debate, whether man created the Bible or not, when, Constantine is the one who broke up the Bible and there's more than 66 books.
Exactly. Well, I was going to say that because the same people that try to pass out religion, right, that use religion to conquer the world, the same people that handed out atheism, false dichotomy. And now they're going to destroy both of these to bring in the true light of Lucifer, right? Like we're removing reality.
There is no new light, and the only thing that you can do is try to brighten a light bulb and learn that Lucifer is a telescope at NASA, but yet Lucifer is also, created fallen deity. There's no such thing as atheism, like somebody said here earlier. Everybody believes something, and everybody makes their own God out of something. Me personally, I believe in a creator, and it's that simple.
We're talking about the Chosen earlier. You heard that conversation? We're talking about the video games, how the games kind of, that same.
I was present, but I didn't catch the reference because I never heard of such a thing. When I heard The Chosen, I thought something else. But
It's the people. You know how they call people profane? The profane, right? And then there are people who are actual seekers. This is in their world. In the Bible, it's different. People who follow Jesus are usually the seekers. The ones that are the chosen ones. But
well, I mean, seek means zeteo in Greek, and to be a seeker means you believe in zetetic. But that's a whole another topic because people twist language and they insert things where they shouldn't be. It's the easiest way I can put it.
Oh, they do it intentionally to deceive. They use it. They lie about it's a weapon. The book, the 66 books they've formed into a weapon to tell a different story, right, than what is really Jesus.
I completely agree. I mean, you have Gilgamesh, you have Goliath, you have a Jerusalem Bible that's got more than 66 books. You have a Due. Yeah, they might both be Catholic. You have a Jewish. You got a Bible for this, a Bible for that. You got a scientific Bible. You got a Bible is nothing more than a collection of books.
Yes. But the word of God. Anyways, yeah.
But a word
I think it's a false
source. It can't be debunked like electricity.
Well,
the only thing you can do is debate is electricity direct? Is it neutral or is it alternating? That's really the only thing you can do.
Well, my point was like, how there's this false dichotomy, okay? Evolution versus creationism, right? And this version of Christianity that's out there, it's not even the real one. It's a false, these are the denominations, doctrines, there's all these people's, interpretation that suits their needs. It's not the real thing.
Well, right.
But on the other side,
Christianity comes from Christendom, man. Not everybody's part of Christendom.
Yeah. And on the other side are these people who are against the idea that there is a God. They call them atheists, right? So I think they set this false dichotomy up so that people can choose a side, right? Choose a side. You either this, believe in a God, or that. And then they fight, and then they figure out both of them were wrong. And then out of that comes the spirituality, I think that's how the Antichrist is going to appear.
Well, I agree. It's like what you said. They're very selective in what they teach people. They don't teach you that Nikola Tesla sued Thomas Edison. They don't teach you who lit up the first fairground. They don't. It's kind of like, I don't want to get into certain things, but it's like what I talked about earlier. And people make fun of a certain musician artist. They know who I'm talking about. But you can't be selective when you research. You got to be open-minded, or you'll never learn the truth.
Yeah, I think what they call science, this thing that we're taught called science, right? I think that is how they basically defined reality to us, right? They separate the church and the state. They separate physical and metaphysical and say physical. This is the definition of reality.
Okay, I agree with you. Let me blow your mind real quick. I agree with you completely, sir. Let me blow your mind real quick.
Yes, please.
Science is nothing but perception, and Plato was a Republican. Thank you very much.
Elvis has left the building. Yes. Yes. Just look, man, people really are questioning reality. People are saying things like, right and wrong, good and evil is subjective. I was like, do you agree murder is good? What? No, I don't. Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody knows murder is evil and bad.
Well, if somebody gets capped because they were trying to hurt somebody, is it murder or is it self-defense?
Yep. So people are starting to lose their grasp, the definition. What is real? Even people say, well, we can't. The stupidest things. There can be flat surfaces on a constantly changing surface. On a round surface. Right. When they went, what if it's big enough? That's not reality. But if it's big enough, that's not real. You know what I mean? It's started with, I think the globe is. So one side is so-called spiritual, right? The fake Christians, and the other side, I don't mean to call them that, but that's what this is. The other side are the atheists, or the fake atheists, whatever you want to call them, and then they fight.
What a globe is.
We know that both of these guys are wrong about it.
It's not to be used for educational purposes. And reality has a word real in it for a reason. You know the truth when you hear it.
Yes. And I think a lot of people, even though they know the truth, will reject it. Just like Judas.
Unfortunately, that's reality, isn't it?
That is. People don't want to accept reality. But this is reality. I was born with a penis, and that's reality. It's not in my mind only.
You were born with a brain, and you were born with a brain, and Bruce Lee said, "Be water, my friend." Thank you very much.
I'll learn real much. Yeah. And now, so if you're not a man or a woman, then you're not a human. What the hell are you? Some kind of abomination. Are you trying to be more than human? What does that even mean? You mean like a god? That's what these guys, I don't know there's a god, but I don't know, no, it's you. You're God. That's what that means.
Well, if I'm going to quote Nikola Tesla, we're all divine beings. But we're not angels or demons. We are people. There's a big difference.
That's the Luciferian doctrine, that you are God. You were freed from the guilt doing, sin. You don't need a savior. You're your own savior. You are God. That's the Luciferian doctrine. It doesn't have anything to do with angels or demons. It's just that. That's it. There is no God. And you are God.
I agree with you completely, and I believe, wittingly or unwittingly, we just brought a biblical conversation into the mainstream media.
Hey, it's all biblical, man. It's a biblical proportion.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure when Jesus doesn't want us talking about this anymore, he'll find a way to ban us forever. And then I won't come back. Because I'm leaving the internet anyways.
Well, they can try, but, the truth always has a weird way of representing itself or bringing itself back. It's like Honda Accord, but this is Discord, which still isn't related to Honda. You know what I mean? Some shit like that, anyway.
Well, it's probably related to that secret society called the Discord, Discord something. Yeah, it's got a golden apple or something like that. I was like, what? Why did you call your app Discord? Are you trying to sow discord amongst people?
Did you see what I just did right there? Fantastic.
Yeah, Discord is one of the worst platforms. Data gathering, all that stuff, but where else are we going to go tell people, right? We're going to tell people in an empty room. Just gotta have some courage and some faith and just go out there and fight the battle. Warriors are forged in battle. The World of Warcraft. Those are the coolest scene, right?
Right, I'd go on Zoom, but I don't work for that car company. You know what I mean? Zoom, Mazda or something. Anyway, you know.
So, yeah, you always got that kid whispering, so. Is that the name of a demon or something? Yeah. Is that Mithras? Who are you talking about? The gods? What is this food? Wow.
I don't know, man, but why isn't Mazda in NASCAR?
Because it's not America. Thank you very much.
No, I just thought it because they were slower than a fucking Pinto. Thank you very much.
It is, yeah. Now, why are the planets named after Roman gods? That's a cool question. I know this is science, but what's with the religious crap, right? Naming of things. We'll give you an answer like, well, it's just poetry. We're just trying to make it all black hole. Really? Big bangs? Really? I'm not going to say Uranus because, it's Uranus. Uranus? Really? Everything, yeah. They're all named after the gods, not the God of Abraham. Why would they do that, right? God of Abraham, they like to make fun of in their movies. You're no god. You're not even a man. You know what I mean? Batman versus Superman. I was like, hey, he's talking about Jesus. This nigga.
Well, I'm only going to say this one time. Answer Timbo, sorry if I got your name wrong, sir. But Elvis is a Cherokee name, and it meant all knowing. And Hera meant loud. He was one loud Cherokee, sir.
Ooh, my hair. And a whole lot of hair, right? Hairstyle. Elvis style. I saw a performance he gave. I think it was in Hawaii. Where he sang that "How Great Thou Art" song. Glory, glory, hallelujah. I was like, oh man, it was a spiritual experience. I was crying and everything.
Glory, glory, hallelujah.
When I heard he died on the toilet eating a sandwich, man, I was like, fuck, bro.
Well, that's a Johnny joke. That's a Johnny joke. And again, back to John Burroughs.
Yeah. I see Elvis as one of the gods of this age. One of the more popular ones. Michael Jackson.
Well, there's the image. Well, there's the image, and then there's the man. Being a human being can be very hard, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about stars, right? We're talking about stars, how people worship stars. There's these astrologers and astronomy people that look up and say, those are the gods. Well, I mean, those are the stars. It's almost like they worship the stars. And when we look at us, we do the exact same thing. We watch and look at the stars. We worship the stars. Follow them, fanatics, they call them, eh? We go to these big-ass coliseums.
I see myself as a person who doesn't want to be worshipped.
Well, what is that, anyway? Worship. Hey,
That's some
is
shit
that
that
falling
Navy
down
owns, man.
on somebody? Yeah.
Warship. That's some ship the Navy owns, not me, man.
Yeah. What is worship? What does that look like? Does that look like somebody falling down on his knees and saying a bunch of stuff to you?
Sure as shit ain't the Bismarck.
Well, no, worship is something different. It's like admiring someone, for some work they did, right? Look at flowers. You walk by a dandelion every fucking day and you don't think, who made this? Why is it so beautiful, more beautiful than these assholes walking around like peacocks? Why is this humble dandelion so pretty? Who made it?
And that's exactly my point, sir. Exactly my point. People think I work with Elvis, but Johnny Hero wasn't Elvis. Thank you very much.
Well, that's worship, when you admire something so much.
Not with your family, and they misunderstand you, sir.
That's worship. That's you dedicate, your life. You live your life according to that person's or that thing you worship, right? That's how people live their lives, right? It revolves around worship.
So if you believe in Yeshua HaMashiach and Jesus Christ, the Savior, but NASA believes in some telescope, who's worshiping what, sir?
Yes, that's what I mean. Especially people who celebrate Christmas. They're not celebrating what Christmas is about. It's about worshiping the sun.
I've never celebrated Christmas. I've never celebrated my own birthday. I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness.
I'm not condemning anybody. I'm just saying.
I understand. There's certain things that should be talked about, because and you do your part. I do my part. This live stream does its part. But every religion is a culture, and they forget the word cult is in it. Certain folks like Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't celebrate any holidays, their birthday, stuff like that, And then there's others like Jewish and whatnot. But all I'm trying to say is there's only one truth and 20 million different lies, and it doesn't matter what lie you tell, that one truth is going to debunk them all. Thank you.
Well, even being called to follow Jesus is a cult because you have to separate yourself from the world and all its bullshit. So in a way, of course.
I believe that is a teaching that is false because Jesus did not separate himself. He sat and went to the Pharisees himself.
I'm talking about sin. I'm out of her, my people. I'm talking about a Nazarite, okay? Someone who has been dedicated to the
Those are folks who were separated kind of like Moses in the Promised Land. Moses never entered the Promised Land. He was cut off.
I'm not saying to stay away
separated the waters, and his people went.
Yeah, so Jesus went and did what the priests were doing, right? After his baptism, he immediately went to help the poor. You know what they said to him? By whose authority do you do these things? Because only can do this.
Well, I'm listening, but I'm just trying to, what priest, sir? Melchizedek, Abraham, Isaac?
Yeah, Melchizedek, yeah.
What priest, man? Who do you follow? That's what you're asking, and that's what I'm asking. There's
but it's not about saying
just because you're a celebrity or you're a star.
You can say you follow this or that, right? But your actions will show who you really are following. That's what I mean.
You're agape, brother. God bless you. I agree. Fantastic. God bless you, sir.
God bless you too, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the way he showed us, right? It's so interesting. All these people who think they're gods, want to do this thing, but the way he showed us, if you want to be like God, you got to do this kind of thing, right? And what thing is that? You got to serve people. Wait, what? Yeah. But I thought God was. You thought God was what? God wants you to come and just what? Like some kind of, like he's some kind of what? Nihilist? It's like nah. He gave his life for you. only a father that loves his child does that, or a mother. Only a person that loves. What does it mean to be a god, right? It means just help people, serve one another. I don't know, what does that even mean? Right? Does it mean donate a bunch of money to charity and get everybody to pat you on the back and say, "Good job, you're such a good person"? Know what that means? Hiding behind their, humanitarian and their fucking bullshit charity. Like they're fucking good people. It's all politics, eh? Like, especially church and science. Especially science. Science is about politics. Yes. It's not about finding out things that are true or learning about how the world works. But who will control the narrative? And what narrative? Yeah, reality, man. It's something that everybody's starting to question. It's becoming a trending topic and everything. You got AI, you got all this the stuff to talk about. So when you say, "Did you know bones can't have flat surfaces on it?" They can easily answer, well, 99.9% of all that crap. How do you know it's real? I don't know. Try slapping yourself. Did that hurt? It's probably real, mate. But if we're talking about electrical signals being sent to our brain, then real is just right? Impulses and sensories and senses and responses. Upload your brain to a computer and live forever. Why even bother with God? We can all that crap. Transhumanism. I always wondered, how are the Nephilim going to return? Right? It's right here, right at our doorstep, knocking. Hi, want some blue hair? It's time to transcend the body, right? To live forever, eternal life, digital. As it says, they're going to beg for death, but death will flee from them. What does that mean? It will say to the mountains to fall on us and cover us from God's terrible wrath. But they won't die. So how do you remove death from the equation?
Well, shit.
Jesus said to John, "I hold the keys to death and Sheol." What does that mean? Is death a person? Is death an angel or some kind, or what? Death is the wages of sin. It's your payment. It's a reward for sin. Now you put your hand over the fire and you get burnt. Yeah. Oh, that hurts. Yeah.
Death is the opposite of life.
Don't do that again. Exactly. Most people who live, we know we're gonna die, and we're scared, we're unsure, we're confused. Jesus offers this thing, like hope. They call it hope. It's called life. Yeah, cool. Fulfilling life. A more fulfilling life. What does that mean? What does that look like? A lot of money? No. Jesus didn't have a lot of money. He was a freaking homeless. He was a homeless guy. Didn't even have a pillow. Anyways, you know what I mean. That's a God, right? That's a God, right? That's God, right? Well, you guys expect God to come down and show us how to live and everything? Like, yeah, he did. He did. The Greeks seek for wisdom, and the Jews ask for a sign, right? But we talk about the cross. What are you guys, some kind of death cult? Some kind of You guys are ceremonial cannibals. That's what they call it. Yeah. This is my flesh. Eat it. That's what he said to the people. If you want to get to heaven, you got to eat my flesh and drink my blood. Everybody walked away. Nah, I can't listen to this. Lord, that's a very hard teaching to accept. What do you mean by that? Chosen ones. You know what I mean? And if it was possible, even the elect, the chosen ones, would be deceived. And what kind of deception would that be? How about a baller?
My God.
How about a baller that everything is based on, right? How about a baller so blasphemous, right? Like, that's so heretic. You should put those people to death. But no, we're not going to do that. We're not, right? We're just going to let them keep telling us stories. Listen to them. Which book should I read? I don't read that book. I read the book by men. Men wrote that book. No. What books do you read? What, did God write that book? If you don't read any books, what the hell are you, a law unto yourself?
I don't know, man, but good luck taking the sword from Peter.
Yeah. What are you doing, Peter? Yeah. So violence must not be the solution. All right? I mean, somebody's trying to rob you or kill you, yeah, whoop his butt. Somebody's trying to kill you because you believe in Jesus. Violence wouldn't be the answer, right? But have to be words. It's always words. It's how we got here, right? We believed the words that were spoken to us. Oh, it's so big, it looks flat. That's insane. Like,
there's so many words, and words are on, steal your heart away.
It's magic. Yeah, that's how magic works. Yeah. Belief. If you have the belief, then and your actions follow, yeah, magic happens. But you gotta believe. Without the belief, intention doesn't matter. I mean, intention should form the belief. I mean, you know what I mean? And then you perform the ritual, speak the words, and then something might happen. People might build that thing you want them to build, right? Want a rocket? I'll build you a rocket. Because I believe that hope is there. Right? JFK, we choose to go to the moon. Not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And hope is there. Peace is there. Like, we're on the moon. Yeah. So you're going to go get us some.
You're just to believe in a Van Allen belt, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So and as long as you believed everything these people said with their words, magic happens. People start moving to build these things, these weapons of mass destructions. I mean, these rockets to send to the moon. Sorry, I get confused. I always think rockets are for sending warheads and missiles to blow shit up. Apparently, it's for going to the moon and find hope and freedom and all that crap. Protect us from the aliens.
Well,
And outside.
I was going to talk about the Navy and railguns. Tiny mistake.
Yeah. They're telling you, they're basically telling us they're lying to us, and keep believing it. Like, God might want to sell you a bridge. I got a bridge here in Sydney. I want to sell to you if you believe that. Come buy this Harbor Bridge from me. Oh, I got an opera house in Sydney I want to sell to you. Come buy it. Leave that crap. Nihilism, man. I think that's really worked its way through the whole freaking thing, right?
Mom, somebody tried to copy Augusta Picard with a high-altitude spy balloon.
We're not trying to start a cyber war. We're just trying to take photos. Yeah, sure. All right, start the war. Our children will fight and die in your war. Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it. All right.
Oh, Tonka Chuck is big now.
I was watching Brave New World again last night. Exactly what I mean. It's freaking everything we're talking about is in that movie. Like I was just like, didn't see this before. It's from Shakespeare. The Tempest. Brave New World. World without God. Godless world.
I don't know, but someone should get a trophy because QE answered but didn't say a dang thing.
It's the new age. I always spoke about this when I first joined. I was like, look, if in the future, if 10 years from now, this is like 2017 or 18, I thought this, if the earth is flat, if in the future people accept that the earth is flat, I don't know how the hell that's going to happen, probably simulation theory, but if people ever accept the earth is flat, it's going to be a new age flat earth. Not truth. You know what I mean? Like a table being flat and not a ball is not the truth. You know that goddamn table is not a ball. And knowing that it's a table is not the truth. Unless somebody told you.
I'm sorry, but that's why you need to learn about Hubbard, Parson, and that other fella, whatever his name was. They were all New Agers, man. It's all complete trash.
Yeah. And flat Earth is... If you were a New Ager and you were a real seeker, you probably would have figured out that the Earth is flat. Because a lot of the New Agers, belief systems come from that world. The flat world. Ancient. So you'd be even happier to figure out that we've been lied to. Yeah, my books were right after to New Age flat Earth. What are we going to do then? Is it going to go back to the way it was before the Earth was a ball?
Oh, that's when they rediscovered the electric guitar and Ozzy Osbourne. Mr. Crowley, what they done to your hair?
Babylon, try to rule the world. Egypt, try to rule the world. Persia, try to rule the world. Greece, try to rule the world. Almost, Genghis Khan tried to rule the world. But look who succeeded where all these guys failed. Rome. So does it matter if it's a ball or not? They can do whatever they want. They've already claimed the whole world. United Nations, the Vatican, the banks, the United frickin' States, corporations of America, the New World. Right? That's what they called America. The New World Order. A big idea. Yeah. What were the other words that go with it? A world ruled not by the law of the jungle. George Bush, Sr. It's order out of chaos. You gotta create the chaos for people to want the order. It's the problem, reaction, solution. It's the frog sitting in the hot water being boiled. And we're so comfortably warm. Like, oh, this is so warm. This is so convenient. I can just sit here and stare at this phone my whole life. Learn things from it.
Why don't you love me, Lucille?
No, it's totally not like a Sears mirror, like crystal ball. No. It's totally not a black mirror, even though it does look. Oh, wait, it is a black mirror. You receive like visions and information. Oh, wait a minute. It's not magic. How do you know that? How do you know it's not magic? Define magic. Science.
Well, that depends. Do you magic with a J or with a G? Majestic or majestic?
With a K. With a K. Magic with a K.
With a K. How the heck does that work?
That was the Crowley. Word magic, man. Speak the right words. Magic. Right? Magic speed. Magic this, magic that, magic sticks. Hollywood, right? The Hollywood, right? The wand. The Mickey Mouse wand. Hollywood. The holly tree. So you gotta use the holly. See, witches have to use the holly tree to make their magic wand out of it. Their holy stick for the rituals. Magic of words. Yeah. The pen is mightier than the sword. So the pen is now the internet. You know what I mean? Information network. You don't have to freaking travel thousands of miles to the Library of Alexandria and talk to those smart guys there. Nah, you just click, just swipe, and soon we will just speak to the oracle. Just speak it into because it'll be everywhere, and you'll voice to text basically using AI and all this crap. But imagine just talking, gesturing, and the world, responds, hologram stuff, food shows up, or whatever. How are we going to be interacting with the internet in the future, right? Are we going to still need these crystal balls, magic black mirrors, or is it going to be more like a prayer, like a ritual you perform, and things happen? Huh? What's the ritual? Take your phone out, enter your code. unlock your phone, right? Boop, click on a browser. Boop, click on an app. That's the ritual. To receive information from wherever it comes from. I say demons. Because that's what the word kind of comes from. Demographics, demolition, demonstrate. Experiments. Hypotheses. If the earth, right? That whole if business, if, what if? It's like Google says, change the meaning of question if you add the word, if you add a question mark at the end. The earth is flat, right? And then they add a question mark. The earth is flat? Magic. We're going to be held accountable for every word we speak to. If you believe in that kind of stuff. What words shall we speak? We speak lies. And there it is. The world is your oyster. You just got to know the right words to speak. Politicians know what I'm talking about. What about politicians at? I heard about Nancy Schaefer before, but kind of forgot about it. Now it's time to pick up where she left off, right? Am I right? You're coming with me. Coming with her. Don't forget to check on the children. All right, flat earth time. Do this. Who here? Look, man, you don't have to give me curvature. You just say, first, how can you have a flat surface on a curving surface? That's it. It's over. You guys want to? Yeah, I think we should start there and stay there because it's just crazy to move on. You guys think? Is that a good argument? Is that effective? No? Too much? Too simple? What, you think I'm 5 years old? Yes. Yes. You sound like you're 5 years old. Yes. Your question, where does food come from? Yeah, can we have flat surfaces on balls? No. This is math. This is geometry. So this is pi. Yeah. It's always changing. This is constantly changing. Because a straight line is 180 degrees, right? Whether it's a straight line up, straight line down, straight line to the left or the right. But when we use water, we call it level. It's still a straight line. See? Yeah. 180 degrees. Therefore, see, here's the logic. Therefore, there cannot be any flat surfaces on a constantly on a sphere because it is constantly changing. It's called curvature. I mean, to move on from that, I think is a bit, it's like walking into a trap, red herrings. It's all red herring from there. Because that is the lie that everybody kind of like steps back from. Oh, the earth is so big it looks flat. I was like, no, nothing looks flat if it's a ball. Like no matter how big a ball is, it will never look flat. Ever. And the moment you go up, it will drop. The horizon will drop down to look at a ball beneath your feet. It's all going to be flat. There's only planes. Only a plane. The bigger it is, the farther, the more plane you're going to see. And what if you hit a ceiling before you see the end of the plane? You still see a horizon, but you hit the ceiling. I don't know where the ceiling is. How are you people ever going to get a job? How are you people ever going to figure things out if you think like this about balls and curving lines and straight lines? Like how do you just tell yourself that when you want to argue with people, and then when you go back home you just know everything is flat and level? Is that how it works? It's like when we go to a movie, we just pretend this movie is real for the moment. We suspend our belief and leave it outside the door. Is that how the globe works? Anyways, reality. If it's a simulation, then it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That's what the transhumanists say. And we can't define real. Therefore, it is not relevant. Real is not relevant. And what are you doing this shit for then if it's not relevant? Just eat your freaking food and go to sleep and just let it be over. Like, what are you doing then? Jesus said, I gotta go mow my lawn, finish mowing my lawn. Jesus said, the reason why you don't get what you pray for is because you pray with the wrong intention. There it is again. The word intention, right? Magic. Intention, belief, and speaking the right words. But more belief and intention. But if you pray to another God with those intentions, you might get what you want. I don't know. Maybe you want to rule the world. Well, don't pray to Jesus because you're not going to get that. Your intentions are wrong. You want a new house? Well, don't pray to Jesus for a new house. He didn't have a house. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have a house for your family, but what did Solomon pray for? Pray for wisdom. Why? What was his intention? To rule this people properly, justly. So guess what God did? What Jesus did? God gave him everything he didn't pray for. So that's what doing, praying with the right intentions to God. Whoever responds will bless you a lot, very much. So you guys have a good one. I'll be listening. I gotta go finish mowing my lawn, man. It's gonna rain soon.
Don't go finish your lawn. Keep going. Don't go.
I will leave you guys with that. I'll be listening. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, brother? Hope you're well.
Beautiful day here.
We're
Good
good
stuff,
in the
buddy.
mirror again.
Okay, I'm finally getting out this late. 7 o'clock, 7:17. I'm going to try to connect up with my Bluetooth when I get out there in the wild. See you on the rebound.
It's all the worst. Words on to steal your heart away. Well, since it's quiet in here, I don't care if you're a black swan or a white swan. You're still a frickin' swan. Thank you very much.
Join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe, now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like, well, yeah, you're a flat earther, cool, bro. Let's think that the earth is, as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place, like making all these assumptions like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like, I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers, because of that fact. I will always just like, listen, like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
just other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone, that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers, but alternative cosmology in general, is something that intellectually I'm very on board with. And it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just had Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are unmuted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, Meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem.
Hey there, can you hear me? I hear you.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know that. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in, but yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why, your position basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross-section, the flat cross-section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean,
I'm not,
no. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's
Michio
Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them. But it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those sort of reproducible
what sort of science
experiments.
what sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
But any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science,
right?
Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax for the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star. It is the peak of the triangle, but looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding a finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax, but for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of like what we hear on the critiquing side of like what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up, though, guys, so... give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate, and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Kat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? Like, oh, this is what he's going to do, and he's going to make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out...
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen, that Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
Well, I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Bouldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third the third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
the 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. Like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
Sorry,
just in the rail?
Do I have what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes,
the one here. So
okay,
you should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Does you have any perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to. I would say this is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers. This is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the... I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile, Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dogpile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately 1/13 of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slagging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship, so I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion, and people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
you can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
That's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton.
What up, what up? Man, who honestly believes that they gradiated a curved rail less than the width of a business card over that range by mechanically screwing some little knobs? I mean, get real. That doesn't even sound plausible on its face, let alone being able to prove that that's what happened, that it's just not in the math. Or let's say they did do it. How could they prove that they actually were accounting for anything and they just didn't do it based on assumption? It's retarded on its face. Summarily dismissed.
Completely agree. All they have to do is look at their technical manuals, but nobody reads.
All right, let's continue listening.
On the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you? How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use.
Oh man, dude. Anybody else recognize how retarded what that guy just said is? He said they used a microscope to measure a needle, right? At 0.6, right? I imagine in the center, right? Of the stretch of rail. Now they were turning the screws, right? To get it to where they want. But check this out. If you use a microscope in one spot, it can only see that one spot at a time. How can you confirm that all the other ones were consistent? Because let's keep in mind, you can't just go to the middle of the rails and crank them up 0.6 as if that would actually matter in the grand scheme of their structure. Like a variable, because think about it, if it's 138 meters long, you divide that in half. Right? So 130 divided in half, 138, whatever. My brain's not working at the moment. So 30, 15 plus 4, 19, 50, 69. Oh, hilarious. So 69 meters long. They're saying that half of that, right, is 69, and then you take the less than a credit card width, right, and grade it all the way from the beginning to the middle. And they want you to believe that the variation of that differential is going to affect the outcome of their demonstration, and that they could actually go to each one of those points and verify that none of them have any variable along the entire way. Right? They're not guaranteed going to present a frame of reference where they can prove that they did it. All they're going to do is show one fixed point, right? And then claim that this is the math that's necessary, therefore they must have done it. It's the same thing with the bridges, right? Where they claim that the bridges are 1 5/8 inches out. Yet there's no actual evidence that that's the case. It's just a claim. It's like if the Earth was a globe, this would be the curvature, and it would be 1 5/8 inches out. Therefore, it is 1 5/8 inches out. Where's the measurement of that? And even if you did measure it, how could you prove that they were accounting for the curve of the Earth and just not mechanically altering the structure intentionally based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe? Because 1 5/8 inches out in a bridge like the Verrazzano's Narrows Bridge would be irrelevant because of the nature of the materials that they're building with. The variance of contraction, right, throughout the year based on thermal expansion alone is 11 feet variance in the deck of the bridge. So how is 1 5/8 inches going to matter? It's not. It's that simple. All these minuscule, minute fractions that they think prove anything, there's no way to prove that they prove anything. It's all math at best. All right, let's listen to some more nonsense.
A laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, I mean, you can read the document. I mean, that's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every salt plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they're off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e., maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Here, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational?
Oh man, this is about to get painful.
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah, because I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete, of course.
Exactly. You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint. And they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye. But it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the The staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes. Australia.
Got two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filmed in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think there's, is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
All right, friends. Okay, if you're building a structure over water and you're intending for the structure, let's say a rail, as he describes, to be parallel to the water, which means to follow whatever path the water takes. That means at every point that you decide to pull the rail up, you have to be equidistant from the surface of the water, correct? The answer is obviously yes. So what this means is if you say, I want the rail 100 centimeters above the water, that is where I want my rail. That means at every point where you put a bracket in which you can adjust and you scale it, right, so that all of them are equal, you're going to only have a measurement of 100 millimeters, right? The next point you go, you have a measurement of 100 millimeters. The next point you go, you have a measurement of 100 millimeters. The next point you go, you have a measurement of 100 millimeters. Now, if the measurement in the middle is 100 millimeters plus 0.06 millimeters, you haven't accounted for a curve, because every single one of those previous ones should have been accounting for a hundredth of a 0.06. So how in the heck are you going to tell me that if you equalize all of them at 100 millimeters that you've proven anything but parallelness? You haven't proven arc. You've proved parallel at best. Where's the information for an arc? What the heck, dude? These guys are running on slow mode today, bro. All right, let's hear some more nonsense. I'm attempting to blow my gasket so that I can actually sleep well. It looks like we're going to get there tonight. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, so what did they do? They assumed it's curving and then just claimed it's a difference of 0.06 millimeters arc. Bunch of retards, dude. Literal retards who would believe this retardation.
Sir.
Sorry. I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the South Rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail. and checked it 6 months later and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
Level-
he's a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has two mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right.
level.
And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curved is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like that's bullshit.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level.
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
Yeah,
now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
Level
it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No,
of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not
if you're just talking,
and the point with, hold on a second here, the point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from two spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb. 90
degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah, and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
The perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and at each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but no, they wouldn't.
And they will be.
And that's why. And I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No,
Reality.
I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the
No,
term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138
Okay,
meters.
no.
No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay, so what's
if you
going on
like. So
at
over
Suez
500
Canal?
meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
Just
is
over half a millimeter.
half a millimeter?
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, what, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on.
Well,
How
let me
many
just ask
millimeters?
quickly.
How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's
25.4.
Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't?
Yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 100. Over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the
wrong.
exact calculation.
that's not
pretty
wrong.
much.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
to label your level, and our level. Your level's called radio
guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
I just put 100. Sorry,
I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that. But we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth Curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth Curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that.
Oh my goodness, bro. So Mr. Sensible ain't even sure what the curvature is supposed to be in that span of distance. He's not even sure that if you had the track parallel to the water, that it would be parallel or not. Okay, let's be clear. If you're creating an arced path over arced water, that would be considered two parallel paths, would it not? All measurements would be equidistant, would they not? What is this freaking retard day? Holy crap, dude. Holy moly, friends. Holy bro, hold on. I got to take a hit of this sweet fruit punch. Hold on. I'm about to blow a gasket, friends. Oh, man, I hit the spot, friends. Oh, dude, when they made this fruit punch can, they had to account for the curve of the earth, bro. Otherwise, the structure of the aluminum would implode from the pressure. Freaking retards. All right, let's hear some more of this nonsense. Unless you guys want to talk about something else. But that was one spicy meatball, friends. Holy crap.
There's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us what give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Meggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a quick
question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't, it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure. And you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork as in what you think the stars are using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most, I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat Earth and globe Earth. Why? Because we see the same Earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe Earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys are believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
And are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me, we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with and suddenly the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality, and we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist, theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is. If they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, the best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
Rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that, so now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you actually know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord?
The best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you that we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality. Because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord, because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay, here's a counter example. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams, because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point. But see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things
absolutely
Sir,
would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you
Sir.
ever been?
Why would you?
No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely. But you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know.
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's it. Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that and you're sure that you, hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. Hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I'll believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, You don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, then I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why. Because you're taught to think this way. You're told. Somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it. Well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
Well, that's what science, you're doing. Mr. Sensible, you just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
Yeah, and I said, what I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
Well, we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like, I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be. With the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it.
No. Hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the no, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidences the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed that out. I pointed something out to you, but look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we know.
Those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific fact. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. Lawyers speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth, because there's only one truth. The earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards. Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you're all
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking
It tells
you.
us how much
For
of
a
a
matter of fact, we
witness
want to
you
know
are.
where you stand with the information, sir. So
Here,
let us
Pat,
know.
right
It's
now,
either listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You
Or
can't be
you're
99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you. It's important.
100% or 0%?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit
If you're
works.
not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing a whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different that come up with different results. So if you no, so if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there. Wow. The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it.
Your take.
This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because you don't listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following. Like, whoa!
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
It's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you have 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying, I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
Where?
Because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold on. I just dumped into voice text an image. There. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that Jordan explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage, Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate, it's going to just end into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his. And it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right, well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my
Because
God.
all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Got off and got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down
Guys,
to
just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then
so
leave.
come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
On
you can
anything,
come.
yeah. If you're 100% sure on anything, yeah, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't even
That
convinced
is
yourself.
propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon.
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny, very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out. That
someone's
obvious.
playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you sure he's a guy?
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me speak.
Are you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't have evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed our mind.
Is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No. He said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're okay. Which means by definition you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
and not honest
your
about it.
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Nonsense.
Have people hear this because real ones will know. So
okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
See you, Mr. Nonsense.
Bye-bye.
Nonsense.
Very funny. I've already stopped recording.
I know it's the bot. What a doofass.
Rifle it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not the right measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time, recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat.
And that's not the most dumb shit thing he's ever done.
Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What what leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right, of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay.
So we got any person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green. right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit, according to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
Well, until what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, They cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't that be your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance? It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon. right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling. Yep. When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yeah, because...
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. Ship. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point. If you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
I mean,
remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right, so
about this. Think
stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part. So every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular angular resolution limits of our eye. It's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Yeah. Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine...
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1, you start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2, the purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And, and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. This is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently well said, Drace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if
5?
If you're doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. 40. No, 25. 25 times 25.
Uh-huh.
Times 8. Inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you... Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me, I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know, I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side, of the land. You shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military... recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Yep. Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you, okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige. It doesn't.
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay. So let me ask you this question: why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say that there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. The 7 stage, right? Yeah, but...
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses, because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know, All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destructions in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example.
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wah. Wouldn't want the scientists to be scared at night that they're at the center of all creation here on Earth. Wouldn't want them to be afraid at night because of that. So what does that mean? We have to be nice. So we have to kowtow to these nutters. Shit. Anybody else there? Am I speaking to myself? Am I speaking to the live stream? Oh, I guess that means if I don't hear any response, I get to do whatever I want to do again. How great is that? I can love it. Okay. Let me get on some shoes. Well. Glad you could join me on the Monday Night Nutta show. It's where all the nuttas, we all gather on Monday. But that's besides the point.
What we are is not the question here. So that would be a category error. What Earth is, no one knows. No one knows what Earth is. But we know the surface is flat, level, horizontal, topographical plane. Yes, we sure do. Known fact. Actually, all your experts building aircraft will tell you the same. Even flying their rockets, they're using a flat horizontal plane for elevation angles. How about them apples? No comments? Comments, suggestions, complaints, anything? Nothing at all. Okay. Carry on, they say. As they say. Man. Socks are too big. Gotta make some food. What kind of time? What time is it? 10:55. Wait a minute. 22. Yeah. It's late. See President Orion over there. Oh, then he just dipped. What the hell? Okay. Have it your way then. I'm sleepy. Anybody got any good movie suggestions? Something to fall asleep to? Maybe some kind of space show. Where did I see those socks? Pair of socks anywhere. Shoot. Anybody there yet? Nope. You have a right to remain silent. Or I could play something on the bot. Maybe something from Mark Sargent. How about an oldie but goodie? I don't mind listening to that. How about The Biggest Lie of All? Let me see. That was a pretty good one. Got some good ones on my channel. So nobody's listening. Here we go. I'll find something.
astronauts to the moon.
This is a Reader's Digest version containing many of the interesting parts of the Flat Earth theory. For those who have already started seeing things with new eyes, it will be mostly a recap, but there could be a few new angles you haven't looked at. For the rest of you who are new to this, the first question is invariably, is this a joke? Because it's a joke, right? And that's where we start, because it's one of our two basic childhood facts. 1 + 1 = 2, and the Earth is a globe. We're taught this before almost everything else, and that right there should give you a clue on how serious this secret is. But for those who have forgotten their history, here's the modified Men in Black version. For the first 4,000 years of our civilization, we believed that the Earth was a flattish disk surrounded by a solid dome barrier called the firmament. All of the 5 major religions had their own version of this, and the churches enforced the belief. Then, around 1514, a man named Copernicus created a new model of the world. He stated that if the Earth was spinning around 1,100 miles an hour and circling the sun at 60,000 miles an hour, the world was then round. And while the math more or less worked, there was a problem. It was 1500, and the technology to prove such a theory wasn't there. The first balloon to carry people wasn't invented until 1760. Sailboats were the only travel over water, and the fastest thing on land was a horse. But the new worldview was promoted and took hold. The religions adapted to handle the new reality, and life moved on. More importantly, the globe model was quickly introduced into the education systems. Over the next 500 years, the challenges to this model faded, to the point where the globe was accepted as universally as physical laws such as gravity. Read that again if you didn't absorb it. For 20 generations, people believed that the Earth was round because there was a globe in every classroom they sat in. There was no proof. Hundreds of years went by, and still civilization had no way of proving the theory. Planes were invented around 1900, but until 1957, nothing could go high enough to give a true perspective of where we lived. And that's when everything got strange. The United States and Russia both sent up rockets high enough to take decent pictures, and what they saw scared them a great deal. How do we know they were extremely concerned about the sky? Because the US and Russia immediately started firing nuclear weapons straight up, and they kept firing for the next 4 years. A few things to keep in mind here. First, this was now 1958. Nuclear weapons were very expensive and hard to come by. These also weren't those nominal yield 20 kiloton toys we used on Hiroshima. This was high kiloton to low megaton, and we couldn't get them up fast enough. And the strangeness continued in other places. In 1959, only a year into the atmosphere bombardment, 10 nations, including the United States, made Antarctica off-limits to any colonization. A treaty was put in place, and to this day remains intact. Over 50 nations now have signed off on this treaty. Do you know any treaty that has lasted that long between all industrialized nations? Moreover, do you know any piece of real estate in the world that is owned by no one? You would think at the very least one of the large oil companies would use their huge financial resources to explore this region, and yet they don't even petition the idea. The short version of the discovery is this. By 1958, the military had discovered the very solid upper and outer edges of our world, and had to create a way to put up "Do Not Enter" signs without looking obvious. It was tricky, but if there is one thing I have learned about the authority, it's that nothing is left to chance. Most of the work had already been done for them, so their job was primarily in the details. The sky part of the dome was much higher than commercial air traffic, so the only thing they had to worry about there was the space program, which is immediately militarized. The outer border had the natural benefit of not only an extensive ocean, but a scaling decrease in temperature and a steady increase in iceberg frequency to discourage ships, all leading to a permanently frozen landmass that could not be used for any form of agriculture. This ocean and ice layout had worked well for thousands of years because the technology of the current civilization didn't evolve quickly. Sailors avoided cold weather seas whenever possible, and oxygen levels get low enough to harm people, even on high mountains. The brilliance of the design comes in the simple fact that human males are corrupted by power. Corruption so total, in fact, that they would rather hide the world itself rather than risk their power on it. You could theorize that kings and popes were told of the world a long time ago. Maybe an ancient scroll or book. Perhaps an interdimensional being told the tale of what the world looked like. But this was all but dismissed, because even the most powerful leaders of the day couldn't reach the borders. And if they couldn't, what chance did the general public have? It's one thing to be told of the giant impenetrable dome, but it's a whole different animal when you finally stand right next to it. Then the tough decisions have to be made. Do we keep the secret? And how far are we willing to go to keep the status quo? Once they decided to keep the secret, no expense was spared. The rapid progression of rocketry science had to be addressed quickly, and so the moon missions were created. Matt from the NASA channel was right in his thinking that you needed the moon mission event to stage a picture of the Earth from deep orbit, and that couldn't be more true. Establishing NASA as the frontrunner of space exploration also diverted people who would have otherwise created their own space companies for profit. The best engineers, technicians, and pilots were recruited to the NASA space program. Once there, they were compartmentalized on a need-to-know basis. The astronauts know of the deception and are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of whatever motivates them. Private space programs are discouraged, sabotaged, or absorbed into the NASA fold. Private sector spacecraft are just not going to be allowed for several reasons. The most obvious is the collision with the dome itself. The telemetry data from such a mission would show an impact failure at a certain altitude, and if repeated, would raise questions NASA just isn't prepared to answer. There are 3 perpetual questions about our world that can't be eliminated, but avoided at all costs. These are the questions you should ask yourself and others if this protective layer is going to be lifted. I'd like to preface this with a thank you to Max Malone, a conspiracy hardcore who has a knack for boiling down debates to a single paragraph whenever possible. It was he who said, after over 50 years and thousands of hours of space travel footage, both by NASA and other countries, there is no exterior shot where the astronaut completes the simple act of panning the camera 180 degrees, let alone a full 360-degree sweep. This has never happened on any moon mission, exterior space station, nothing, ever. Statistics will tell you that this would have already happened by accident years ago, but it hasn't, and it won't. This is because of the rule they cannot break, the same rule that applies to television set shows that never show the fourth wall. Why? Because there is no fourth wall. Number 2. When you search online for pictures of the Earth from space, 95% of what you will see is a collection of artificial composite shots. In 2000, when I did this search, there was exactly 1 picture by NASA showing the bottom part of Africa and Antarctica. Now that picture is hidden within hundreds of simulated images. There are HD cameras everywhere, and no one is taking a shot of the Earth, because you can't get enough altitude to do it. Number 3. The commercial air travel routes for the southern hemisphere are wrong. This is an easy thing you can check out in 60 seconds. Take a map reading of the distance between anywhere near Australia and anywhere in South America. It's a straight shot across the South Pacific. Now find your favorite travel site and try to get there non-stop. See what happens. The routes start turning ridiculous. I used to business travel for years, and I've never seen anything like it. It's the one thing in the general public world they can't hide, the actual distance between these two places. On a round world, the flight is easy, just a straight shot across an ocean. But on a flat world, it becomes the greatest distance between 2 points. There are no shortcuts, so they distract you with multiple connections and layovers. It's only blind luck that the United States was in the northern hemisphere. Otherwise, the increased traffic would have raised eyebrows by now. I know. It's madness. It's lunacy. There are people who will tell you straight to your face that all the leaders of the world are lizards, and yet these people laugh out loud when you say the words flat earth. I was, and still am, a huge conspiracy guy. I literally ran out of new tin hat topics to research, and I still wouldn't look at this one without embarrassment. But every time I glanced at it, there was something unresolved. And once I saw the near perfection of the whole plan, I was hooked. Do your own homework. Ask the questions. Get past the possibility and see if you can move into an even bigger picture. Like who built the dome and why. That's where it starts to get really interesting and things start opening up. I know I said years ago that the greater good was something that should be preserved, that JFK, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11 were inevitable. I still believe it, and I understand the decisions. The globe illusion, however, has run its course over the last 500 years. It's time to start again. If that means we end up getting the attention of who or what created this place and force the reset of the world, is that such a bad thing?
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues Part 1, The Empty Theater. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. The clue you have to look at is built upon another conspiracy that has been around for decades, namely the space program. Most of those watching this are aware of the varying theories revolving around NASA, the Apollo program, the space shuttle, the International Space Station, and so on. The clue itself isn't based on one of these highly debated topics, but the lack of one, more specifically, motion pictures based on actual events. This, like others in the series, is something you can check out for yourself. Everything you need to reference this is online. To begin, think of all the movies involving space travel that you've seen in your lifetime. You'll start with the obvious: Star Wars, Star Trek, Alien, just to name a few. In fact, if you go through your own personal list, you could probably come up with over 100 different off-world movies without breaking much of a sweat. That part is easy. For the second group, try to come up with space movies that aren't fantasy-based. You'll get a list that has Red Planet, Gravity, Mission to Mars, 2001, things like that. These films will usually take on a not-so-distant future theme and where we could be down the road. And it's still a pretty good-sized list. These first two groups of films are encouraged by the authority because they reinforce the globe model through assumption. The entertainment system demands that the globe view and solar system concept is a given. Therefore, the actual worldview must also be true. Or to put it another way, if you're using your suspension of disbelief as you watch a movie like, say, Gravity, then subconsciously you're reinforcing the movie right on top of the real world. The more of these movies you watch and enjoy, the more the lines blur between what you want to believe and what you actually know. Watch enough movies about Mars, and you will be less astonished when NASA announces an actual mission to Mars. Same with the moon, other solar systems, and so on. Releasing the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey in 1968, right before the actual moon missions, was no accident. It took the greatest director of all time 5 years to make, and several people who saw the theater screenings claimed that many military groups were listed in the credits, only to be removed years later. But 2001 is just a side note of this clue. For those who really want to dig into Stanley Kubrick's hidden vision, I highly recommend the documentary Room 237. A link to it is below as well. Now you are aware of the first two groups of space films. There are those that contain generous amounts of fantasy, and those who try to paint our near future. These two groups are easy to find. The third group is a challenge, and again, that's where things get interesting. The moon missions concluded in 1972, and even though it's still considered the greatest achievement by mankind, no fact-based movies were made regarding it until The Right Stuff was released in 1983. Now you might say that it had only been 11 years, and maybe it was tough to get the rights, and so on. But that's not what made the film interesting. The movie ran extremely long for 1983, coming in at 3 hours and 12 minutes. It was an exhaustive look at the astronaut selection process, the competition, and the training facility itself. But when the credits rolled 3 hours later, chronologically, they had only gotten to the low Earth orbit missions. Just for fun, Google The Right Stuff movie and see how many spacecraft you can find. It won 4 Academy Awards and did a great job at the box office, but the Apollo missions were never touched. The only other major motion picture that involved the actual moon program was Apollo 13 in 1995, a full 12 years later. Apollo 13 only covered a single moon orbit and no landing or close-up reference to the previous missions below them. And after 1995, that was it. Nothing. Hollywood is known for leaving no stone unturned, with reboots and sequels to nearly everything. Yet in almost 60 years, there has never been a single moon mission movie based on actual events. Hundreds of science fiction films reference in it. Everything from Superman to the Transformers, but literally nothing that covers the moon's surface. 6 complete moon missions involving multiple vehicles, moon buggies, playing golf, and no one wants to touch it. Now, to be fair, there was a TV miniseries in 1998 covering the subject. It was produced by Tom Hanks, who got involved after starring in Apollo 13. There has been no professional production of any kind since then. Again, just for fun, Google From Earth to the Moon TV series and see what you find. The why is easy, and the clue revealed. If Hollywood makes a movie about the moon landings, and it's indistinguishable from the real thing, then how do you know which is real? It raises some subtle questions involving stage technique and how long they've been in place. If Hollywood could fake it now, then when did they first have the ability? There is one other movie which stands out, and I mention it because I can't believe it ever got made, is Capricorn 1. The film's plot involved the faking of a Mars mission and how it could be accomplished. In short, it's part of the Conspiracy World Bible. I highly recommend it, and the link is below. To summarize, all space movies are encouraged by the authority, except for the ones that are based on actual accounts. Those are not allowed. The moon program has been buried in entertainment because the moon cannot be reached. It's either outside the barrier or just a highly rendered image, like any planet you see when entering a video game. The world is flat, and this is just one clue. So do some of your own research and ask questions.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 2, The Bird Wall. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue revolves around one of the most remarkable men you may have never heard of, Richard E. Byrd, and his relationship with Antarctica and the secretive missions he carried out there until his dying day. Some of you have followed the legend of Richard Byrd through the Hollow Earth theory. We aren't going to be covering any Hollow Earth in this video, but instead focus on the man and his involvement with the South Pole. The Reader's Digest version of Richard Byrd is as follows. Born in 1888, he became an American naval officer who specialized in feats of exploration. He was a pioneering American aviator, Medal of Honor winner, polar explorer, aircraft navigator, expedition leader in the worst environments in the world, and the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. In addition, his list of awards takes up several pages in Wikipedia, including 3 ticker tape parades in his honor. In short, he was Indiana Jones on steroids. Some people will say that Roy Chapman Andrews was the real Indiana Jones. And you might be right. But Richard Byrd beat Indy 6 days a week and twice on Sunday. I mention all his accolades to paint a picture of credibility and trust. The governments of the United States and the world trusted his judgment and leadership, and took advantage of every chance they had to put him in charge of special missions. The first large-scale mission was an expedition to Antarctica in 1928. This was noteworthy because even though he had just flown over the North Pole in 1926, all expeditions from 1928 on were focused on the South. The expedition lasted 2 years, and during it, at the age of 41, he was promoted to admiral. His second Antarctic expedition ran from 1933 to 1935, and his third from 39 to 40. While in Antarctica, he was also an advisor for other countries who had their own expeditions, including England, France, Germany, and building off previous countries' expeditions from Belgium, Japan, and Sweden. He then helped lead U.S. Navy fleet operations in World War II, was present during the Japanese surrender in 1945, but then something strange happened. He went back to Antarctica. Now, some of you aren't surprised because he'd been there since 1928, and I agree with you. It's the how that's interesting here. His fourth trip to Antarctica wasn't an expedition. It was a military operation called Operation High Jump. Commanding an entire aircraft carrier group that included 13 support ships, Admiral Byrd led 4,700 men to the South Pole, for reasons that are still shrouded to this day. Some say they were chasing the remaining Nazi fleet, even though Germany had surrendered a full year earlier. Others say there was a Nazi base established in Antarctica during the war, when Admiral Byrd was absent. None of these theories are important for this video. What we do know is that the U.S. had sent an excessively large military force to the ice, all under the guise of peaceful intentions. During this operation, Admiral Byrd told a Chile newspaper this: "The most important result of his observations and discoveries is the potential effect that they have in relation to the security of the United States. The fantastic speed in which the world is shrinking," recalled the Admiral, "is one of the most important lessons learned during his recent Antarctic exploration. I have to warn my compatriots that the time has ended when we were able to take refuge in our own isolation and rely on the certainty that the distances, the oceans, and the poles were a guarantee of safety." After the operation, Admiral Byrd toured the States and gave interviews, the most interesting of which is a national television show in 1954 called The Longines Chronoscope. A horrible name, but a decent show. I've added a segment of it at the end of this video and linked it in the description. During this television interview, he first spoke of an area beyond the South Pole as large as the United States, which no one had set foot on yet. He then went on to say that there would probably be expeditions year after year because the U.S. government had really become interested. The interviewers then probed as to why the interest in the South, when any perceived military threat from Russia, keep in mind this was 1954, would be from the North. He went on to say that it was the most valuable and important place in the world for science. It involved the future of the nation, an untouched reservoir of untapped resources, including coal, oil, minerals, and uranium. He added that at the time of the interview, there were 7 nations currently engaged in Antarctica, including Russia, Australia, Argentina, Chile, and New Zealand. During the interview, the Admiral talked about planning the next military mission to Antarctica. It was called Operation Deep Freeze and ran from 1955 to 1956. The mission was completed, and he supposedly returned home. Now this is where you come in and say, so what? And normally I'd agree with you, except for what happened next. Nothing happened next. The missions just suddenly stopped, and that was it. No other expeditions, military or otherwise, were conducted on the continent, ever. Then a treaty was put in place banning any country from doing basically anything. The end. And if you're wondering what you're missing, it's this. Admiral Byrd goes on television, says that this massive body of land, most of which sits on a plateau 2 miles high, is rich with every resource you could ever want, energy rich, pristine, with no indigenous population or plant life, and every country that has sent teams is ready to carve it up like a big turkey. Not to mention, there's an expanse of land larger than the United States they haven't even looked at yet. And out of the blue, everyone just calls the whole thing off? There are no environmentalists in 1959. This is land of diner food and 20-cent gas. I'm calling total BS on this one. The dollar value of the initial resources find would have fueled armies of greedy companies. So what happened? They found the edge, that's what. And the last thing they were going to do was let unsupervised companies near it, regardless of the money. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, you couldn't allow resource corporations even into a safe area, and then years down the road as they expanded, tell them, oh, sorry, you can't go beyond this point. When the companies would ask why, what would you tell them? And now the interior of Antarctica is off limits, with no revisions until the year 2041. You can take tours of the outer islands, but there is a hidden line, enforced by the military, that you will not be able to cross. Because the interior is actually the exterior edge. It's there, it's hidden, and it's protected. The Earth you live on is flat. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
The North Pole used to be a no man's land, but these are the days when, by buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. You know, only 60 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
This is a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral, an expedition to which I believe you're the advisor is now en route. What is that expedition doing?
Well, that's the icebreaker Atka, and it's a reconnaissance expedition. It's going down to the South Pole area to make certain observations and to look for some bases. They will be back in April, and they will report back, and upon the information we get from that undertaking, we will base the bigger expedition that's to follow.
Is that very definitely planned, or is that...
That is being planned right now. So I'm willing to say to you that there will be a number of expeditions that will follow, I think, year after year, at the bottom of the world, because the government has really become interested.
Well, Admiral Byrd, I can understand, I think everybody can, the interest in the North Pole because it's so near our greatest challenger, Soviet Russia. But why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
No, it's pretty cold, There's only one permanent resident, that's the emperor penguin. The little ones live further north. I tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science. That's why the scientific groups all over the nation are really interested. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. And, as the world shrinks with an ever-increasing acceleration, far-flung places, once useless, like we thought the North Pole was, and no man's land, become very useful. The bottom of the world will be important, not only to us, but to our allies.
I was going to ask you, does it have military importance?
It has some, and as the world shrinks, it will continue to shrink with an ever-increasing acceleration, thus bringing these places closer. And in the future, I can see a time when it will be very, very important strategically.
Well, has the development of air power increased the strategic importance of places like the
very much
Palma Peninsula, was it?
Very much so. Even now, if anything happened and we lost the Panama Canal, we would have to control the islands just north of Antarctica, which are part of Antarctica. Then between there and Cape...
Admiral, you speak of the resources of Antarctica. What are they? What are the natural resources there?
Well, we've found enough of coal within 180 miles of the South Pole in a great ridge of mountains. It's not covered with snow, enough to supply the whole world for quite a while.
Well,
that's the coal. Now, there's evidence of many other minerals. We are pretty sure there's oil. Now, that coal shows the bottom of the world. Now, by far the coldest spot in the world. Where that coal is gets 100 below zero in the winter.
Well,
it was once tropical. So we think there's oil there, and there's evidence, probably uranium there.
Is it any secret? Is there uranium there? That would be the only thing that would be practical to actually go after, I suppose. Everything else would be economically unfeasible, wouldn't it?
Well, as we recklessly expend our resources, the time will come when we'll have to go after that stuff down there. Well, I avoided what you said about uranium. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to have the world fight over the Antarctic.
And Robert, is there a competition among other nations to try to get information about Antarctica and possibly to secure some of these resources?
Well, yes. There are now 7 nations very much interested. Russia is interested tremendously. That I'm sure of. Australia has an expedition down there. The Argentine, the Chile, New Zealand, Britain, and so on. Now, you can understand those people down there being interested because they live down there. The New Zealanders, the Argentinians, the Chileans, and Australians. And so we don't do much about claiming anything.
Admiral, you make it sound a little crowded. Are there that many expeditions now there or en route there?
Well, as I said, it's the most peaceful place in the world, but I don't think it will be for long because of this intense interest on the part of other nations and this nation.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 3, The Map Makers. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the USGS, otherwise known as the Map Makers of the World, and a few surprising things that they and others have in common with the flat Earth idea. All the reference links are provided in the description below, and I encourage you to check them out. For those of you outside the United States, USGS stands for United States Geological Survey, a scientific branch of the U.S. government. Formed in 1879, and with the help of the ever-expanding American Empire, they quickly became the premier map makers of the known world. Currently, they have around 9,000 employees and an annual budget of over $1 billion a year. They also have extensive science departments covering biology, geography, geology, hydrology, and many programs tied to them. Their motto since the 1990s has been Science for a Changing World, and I'm going to show you how true that really is. What does this large, really boring government group have to do with the flat Earth? To understand that, you have to look into their origins, which is in geography. To do this, you'll need to open another page that specializes in maps. The maps you see in this video are from Wikipedia, but there are others you can reference as well. The wiki list of map projections isn't much to look at as a whole, although there are a number of interesting takes on the world view. Not only do they have just about every perspective when it comes to the land we live on, but some detailed information on where the map originated, including name type, the origin or creator, and the year the map perspective was proposed. Now, some of these will be very familiar, especially the ones that you would see on your classroom wall. There are a number of variations here, but the one that has been debated on recently would be this one, the Gauls-Peters, which accurately shows the size difference between the continents, the most obvious clue being that the white continent of Greenland is actually tiny compared to Africa. But I digress. If you keep going down through all the different shapes, you'll get into circular maps, but only one of these is a top-down perspective that shows the continents in the center surrounded by an unbroken ring of ice. In Wiki, it's called the azimuthal equidistant, and just to make it easier, I'm going to abbreviate and call it AE for short. Why is this map so interesting? Well, if you're looking at the Wiki page, you'll spot a few reasons. The first is that in the notes section of the map, and I quote, "Used by the USGS in the National Atlas of the United States." It also mentions that it is used as the emblem of the United Nations. Of all the maps on this screen, it is the only one that references a group of any kind. And if you keep this page open and navigate over to the Flat Earth section of Wiki, you'll notice towards the bottom of the page a similar map. I've referenced it here, and you can tell quite easily it's identical, but not referenced or linked as the AE model. To make things even more strange, we go back to the USGS model, and you see that it was first proposed 1,000 years ago, and you may think, well, that's a bad link. So you compare it with the person who proposed it, and you get this guy, Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? Well, he lived around 1,000 years ago and was considered one of the greatest scholars of his era, schooled in multiple sciences. Have you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Maybe it's multiple bad references in Wiki. Well, no, because NASA knows who he is and named this moon crater after him. So why is the USGS using a version of the world map designed by a 1,000-year-old Persian scientist? Because it's correct. That's why. So to be clear, let's compare them again. The United Nations flag, the USGS official map of the Earth, and the Flat Earth model. All identical, but one isn't recognized and instead ridiculed as an outdated look at the world. And this is one of those political quandaries that the authority gets stuck in. The short version is this. The government is on the same page as the Flat Earth, but they can't admit it, even in confidence. We know the Earth isn't flat, they say, but it really is. We know you use the same map as we do, but ours is just an image. And anyone who says differently is obviously crazy. It makes you wonder how long the USGS has been using that model as an official reference. The United Nations started using it for their logos in 1945, and then made some final adjustments in 1947. And the UN flag also raises a few questions, like, why isn't Antarctica represented on the map? Is it supposed to be assumed in the outer circle, or perhaps the spiky olive branches on the outside? They don't mention it anywhere online. And this is what I like to focus on: the gaps, the holes in the plot, the unanswered questions. the USGS using the same map as the flat Earth, but not saying why, not recognizing it, or that you can't link the very same image from the Flat Earth Wiki back to the actual AE definition of the projection. The authority figured out in the 1950s all of the borders of our enclosed world, and have done a great job hiding it over the decades. But the world's a complex place, and there are clues out there just lying around. I think it's time you saw some of them.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 4, Shell Beach. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the near-perfect design of the flat Earth model and will break down some of the logic behind the decisions made. It sounds like a big task, and it is, but to start, let's look at something small, like this little guy. Take an ordinary mouse and put it into a glass cage. It doesn't have to be a mouse. It could be a snake, a lizard, an insect. It makes little difference for this exercise. People identify with mice because they're used to seeing them in lab experiments. Mice also don't have any sinister connotations. They're seen as relatively innocent and benign, the perfect test subject, as it were. I have yet to meet anyone who has a bias against the lab mouse. So the mouse goes into the box for the first time, and the reaction is always the same. It explores its surroundings, and more importantly, tests the barrier around it, probing for exits or potential exits. The mouse inspects every inch of its new glass home, and at some point settles into the acceptance that the walls are indeed solid and that it may be there for a while. Every so often, it will repeat the process, again checking the boundaries of the cage, just in case something has changed. What it doesn't do is act like it would in the wild, because it realizes that it's in a form of captivity. The glass box doesn't even remotely resemble its natural environment. You could put this box in the middle of a forest and the mouse may feel slightly better about its situation, but it still knows that it's been trapped against its will, and will settle into a non-native lifestyle. You could take all the other small animals that could be substituted for a mouse, the snake, the lizard, the insect. It makes no difference. The result will invariably be the same. Repeated probing for escape routes, then acceptance. Take the same animal and now put it into the middle of a 100-mile square wildlife preserve, surrounded on all sides by a similar type of glass enclosure. The creature doesn't even bother to rush the size of the preserve and start testing the boundaries, mostly because it's out of visual range. It could be days or even weeks before it even encounters a single fence. The animal's routine is spent doing what it normally would do. It eats, it sleeps, it breeds. It does everything that it would naturally do in the wild. If one day the animal approaches the fence, there might be some curiosity, but any anxiety is quickly resolved by just turning around and heading back into the vast expanse from which it came. The fence does not pose a potential problem for the animals in the preserve because it is so small compared to the expanse they live in, and dwelling on it doesn't hold any interest. We're assuming here that the fence is high enough to discourage flying creatures as well, deep enough to stop burrowing classes, and if you want, reaches the floor of any nearby bodies of water, stopping any clever aquatic types. The point here is that all creatures great and small inside a giant wildlife preserve, when encountering the fence, wouldn't care. They would all, in their own way, just shrug and move on with their lives. However, if you take a human, male or female, regardless of education or nurturing, and put them in the exact same wildlife sanctuary, the response would be quite different. When the human approaches the glass fence, they don't see it as a minor distraction. They pause, they wonder, and more importantly, they ask questions, either internally or amongst others. Why is the fence here? How far does it reach? Can I dig underneath, or climb over, or go around it? These questions continue in a way you might imagine, but eventually, a bigger question jumps to the top of the list. Who built the fence? It is that which changes not only the type of questions being asked, but how the human being, or beings, look at their world. The giant wildlife preserve suddenly gets smaller. Each new fence border discovered starts to artificially constrict their expanse, even though the dimensions haven't changed. Before long, the preserve, their home, loses some of its relevance. The fence is a reminder of the unknown. It provokes fear and endless speculation within the human. Given enough time, the importance of the preserve continues to be reduced, especially in relation to the fence. And the reason why it's so engrossing for the human is simple. It's there. It's real. They can see it, and maybe even touch it. Adding more humans to the equation increases the disparity of the situation by orders of magnitude. Have you seen the fence? Do you know how long it's been here? Have you ever known anyone that's been outside it? It's older than us. Who is responsible for the fence? What can we do to appease the group that created it? You can see what this might lead to. A long-lasting group hysteria would entrench itself within the population, grab hold and never let go. The fence is bigger, older, and wiser than they are. It humbles them, it angers them, and it is forever. It is their proof of a higher power. Maybe not God, but certainly God-like. No civilization, regardless of technology, discipline, or age, would be able to cope with the existence of it. For the human psyche, there are just too many questions that go unanswered. Life would never be able to progress normally. To summarize, a garden variety wildlife preserve would work for 99.99% of all the world's life forms. For human beings, however, you would need to make some modifications, or really just one big one. So let's take a look at a few examples of how this could be accomplished, and from there expand it. The first failed example can be seen in the 1998 movie Dark City. This is a good starting point to get you in the right mindset. The premise here is that an advanced race creates a small flat Earth area, complete with a traditional dome. The design, however, is initially flawed in that they built the city all the way to the outer edge, leaving no room for error. To compensate for this, they altered the memories of the human population on a regular basis, therefore repressing any long-term investigations. However, in movies, there are always anomalies, like the police officer who realizes that even though he remembers visiting a place called Shell Beach, there is no way to reach it, because Shell Beach is outside of the flat world and never existed. He just keeps going around the circular city that has no exits. In the end, another man, the hero of the movie, makes it to the edge, steals the advanced race's power, and creates an ocean, which really should have been there in the first place. Move from there to a movie released only 4 months later called The Truman Show. Inevitably, all flat earthers have to take a hard look at this movie from a technical point of view. The movie follows the same lines as Dark City, but in a much more relatable premise, that of a giant television stage built so that the outside world can watch a person go through his life without any knowledge that he is living inside a flat world, surrounded by a physical dome. The movie is interesting on several levels, including construction. Using their existing model of a small town, bordered on one side by a large lagoon and wilderness, and the other a seemingly expansive ocean, while better than Dark City, still had its flaws. For one, it was less than 20 miles across, and even though Truman's desire to explore was repressed, there was still a chance that he would venture to the outer edge, which is where the movie ended. But for the most part, it worked. Truman believed the entire scenario because he was born into it, and then lived 30-plus years without any reason to doubt where he was, which could be said for any of us. If it wasn't for the, and we'll say movie mistakes, that the studio fell victim to, then the show would have never ended. And this then raises hypothetical scenarios like, how many kids like Truman could you have raised inside that dome? 10? 50? Now, logistically, you can see how it might be problematic in keeping tabs on that many kids, especially as they got older. But with enough sleight of hand, it could be possible. A fictional situation just like that was made into the 2004 movie, The Village. And even though it turned into one of those M. Night Shyamalan plot twist things, the premise was very feasible. A wealthy group of idealists buy a large parcel of land in an existing wildlife preserve, create a small town from the 1800s, and raise children there. They pay off government officials to keep planes far away and spread a myth that monsters live in the forest. As far as the kids are concerned, they actually are living in a small Pennsylvania town in the 1800s. And being born into it, why wouldn't they? If the story continued, eventually the elders that founded the town would all pass away, leaving the children to pass on the legacy, free from any burden of guilt that their world was not what it appeared to be. And keep in mind, this was done with very little land manipulation and no dome. This then circles back to how many actors the fictional Truman Show really needed to hire. Other than the leads who did product placement, the rest of the town could actually just live their lives like anyone else. Use phone lines to call outside, go to restaurants, watch television at home, and so on. But again, I digress. Assuming the technology was possible, how many people like Truman could you keep in a dome the size of, say, a state that was hundreds of miles across? Probably thousands. If you kept expanding the size of the dome to a few thousand miles, well, then you're talking millions. But when it gets that big, something interesting happens. You don't need the actors anymore. Started up like The Village, and within just a few generations, everyone is oblivious. And you can leave them to their own devices. Starting to sound familiar? In fact, the larger you make the enclosed world, the less micromanaging needs to be done. It gets easier as it scales up. This brings us back to the missing modification you need for the human race. To keep the storylines consistent and remove all the hocus pocus of monsters in the woods or that you can't get to Shell Beach, you place in gradual negative reinforcement, one that creates an illusion of choice. Say, for example, that Truman went out in the sailboat the same as before, but this time the dome was twice the size and the simulated ocean far larger. How far would he travel before getting hungry, thirsty, or tired? The movie ending is then in doubt. And if you compare this scenario where you are now, then you start to see it. Look at the flat Earth map again. Continents grouped in the center, surrounded in all directions by hundreds of miles of salt water. Think about how much further ancient ships would have traveled if you could drink what you were sailing on. As you move closer to the edge, the temperature starts taking a nosedive. Then you start seeing icebergs. If that doesn't stop you, then you run into what we call Antarctica, which is a steep climb 2 miles up with no plant life or indigenous livestock animals. And if you had the wherewithal to make it that far, you would still have hundreds of miles of endless ice and snow. It's easy to see why so few people have gone the distance. Compare this to the upper ceiling, which is much easier to maintain. You simply decrease the oxygen rates so that every 1,000 feet up, it gets more difficult to breathe. This slows down exploration over mountain ranges and discourages limited control flight, such as balloons. Also keep in mind that the dome itself doesn't have to be that high in relation to the outer ring. With commercial aircraft capping out at 10 miles and rockets less than 400, the dome would actually look more like a stadium roof, depending on how you wanted to display things like the sun, moon, and stars. An enclosed world with these type of safeguards would be able to sustain an unknowing population for, say, what, 4,500 years? Then you could artificially introduce a globe model into the scientific community before the civilization technology reaches a point that could lead to discovery. And 500 years later, here we are. A civilization inside an amazing structure, doing what we would naturally do, while the authority stands by the gate and fears the consequences if we ever found out for ourselves. So do some of your own research and ask questions.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 5, The Status Quo. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the inevitable and sometimes frustrating question of why the authority would go to all the trouble of hiding the flat Earth. My hope here is to show you different angles and a progression of events, all of which lead to a very changed world, both physically and mentally. To open, we have to go way back to when the world was a much more simple place. You had your 5 major religions, including Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Each of these groups had their own version of what is known in Genesis as the firmament, or the flat circular world enclosed by a solid dome-like barrier from where the creator or creators looked on. I'm not going to explore all the subtle differences between the groups. Suffice it to say that it's interesting that despite their differences that led to acts of horrible violence between them, there was no real Earth model debate. So around 500 years ago, the science community, led by Copernicus, who probably had a little help, introduced what we now know as the heliocentric, or globe model of the world, which in turn changed the solar system, galaxy, and so on. The religions, seeing that this globe model was gaining popularity, feared a loss in the fan base, so they all adapted their religion to include the globe model. From their point of view, it was a small change from a circular to a globe world, and really, in a few generations, who would remember anyway? So the churches, mosques, temples wrapped up their flat Earth model in a metaphoric soft cloth and put it in the drawer with the good silver for safekeeping. Remember this, because we'll come back to it later. And hundreds of years went by, with science promoting all the aspects of the globe, and the religions promoting their beliefs upon this globe. The world kept spinning, so to speak, and everyone was happy. Then in the early part of the 1900s, you get this pesky explorer named Richard Byrd. He has family money, all the right connections, and secures basically unlimited funding and the government green light to probe every piece of unseen territory there is. It was inevitable, I guess. A young man who has an unquenchable desire to see all that there is to see, and then granting him the tools needed to accomplish this goal. He pulls a Truman and gets lucky, crossing the vast salt ocean, avoiding the icebergs, arriving at the frozen coastline, and he keeps going. He was never going to stop. One day, after crossing hundreds of miles of high-altitude ice and snow, Admiral Byrd sees it, a barrier. And to him, it's just a barrier, not the barrier. He is but a tiny speck in front of it. It stretches out on both sides as far as he can see, and straight up so far that he can't discover the beginning of the arc. The great explorer now has a new challenge, finding the shape of this thing. It's much like a blind man describing the elephant. Until you feel out the whole thing, what do you really know? If you look at the AE, or Flat Earth Overhead Map, you see the problem. To even determine the scope of the outer wall, you have to circle it. It would have taken months, if not years. You could use a series of ships going in opposite directions, or planes, but there are refueling stations that need to be built, and so on. His task was challenging to say the least. Admiral Byrd kept laying the groundwork of the Great Discovery until his eventual death in 1957. A year later, the United States and Russia found the upper edge. From there, the math was easy, and moreover, you could actually see the real world. Then, of course, there is the decision, or deception, depending on how you looked at it. The authority made the call to hide the actual shape of where we live, then sealed off the outer edge from prying eyes, and created the space program not only to reinforce the globe model, but to control it. There was really only one reason they cared about this, and it takes a while to process. So let's look at the immediate effects of actual disclosure and work our way up to the authorities' biggest fear. For this exercise, we'll look at releasing the news today instead of, say, 1958. Well, 1958 would have been easier it's much more relevant and entertaining to explain it in modern terms. We start with a press conference by, let's say, the United Nations, who have discovered that the world is indeed enclosed in a giant high-tech dome of unknown origin and age. The public reacts with wonder and awe, trying to take in the sheer scope of this announcement. Facebook crashes, Twitter crashes, entire mobile networks crash. It's like hitting a beehive with a sledgehammer. News organizations around the world send teams to the outer edge to confirm the finding, and the general public is glued to their media devices. That's the good news, the excitement, the revelation, the positive shock. Then the bad news starts coming in waves, some of which you might not expect. The first is the immediate disbanding of NASA and all other world space programs, for obvious reasons. Most governments will secretly pardon these groups and keep them immune from class action lawsuits, the lawsuits themselves coming from NASA investment groups, claiming fraud. Regardless, everyone at NASA, despite their good intentions, is out of a job overnight. And this is where you would say, good, they deserve it. About time they stopped lying to everyone. Oh, but it doesn't stop there, because every contractor and subcontractor that are exclusively tied to NASA, they have to shut down as well. Fine, a few thousand jobs lost, no big deal. And the ripples continue to spread, some bigger than others. Observatories all over the world closed their doors, and the reasoning is this. If you've been looking at the ceiling for decades and couldn't tell it was a ceiling, then what good are you? Every university in the world that has an astronomy or astrophysics program, well, they don't anymore. Stephen Hawking, his book writing days are over. Carl Sagan, no more Nova in syndication, I guarantee it. Those professors are going to have to retool their skills and be prepared to answer one giant question. How did you not see it? Weren't there clues? People start finger pointing, and it will continue for years. And still my fellow flat earthers will say, well, hell, that doesn't sound too bad. So some nerds around the world lose their jobs. So what? You don't get off that easy, is what? The finger pointing at the now defunct NASA will then turn to finger pointing at the government, who directed the whole thing. This is where we run into some dangerous ground, involving things like the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, and the Ring of Power. And you say, you lost me. I was with you until you started bringing up religious artifacts from movies. And you're supposed to be lost. Of the 5 major religions we mentioned earlier, those being Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, none have been able to produce a supernatural object over the last 5,000 years. And trust me, it would be beneficial to do so. The Ark of the Covenant would benefit Judaism, the Holy Grail Christianity, and the Ring of Power, well, that benefits someone else. Maybe I'll leave alone for now. The point is that all religions are actively seeking their leverage against science. You've heard of the division between church and state. Well, here it is. Advantage church. The barrier becomes a giant religious symbol, and since it is backed by the Big Five, it also becomes universal. The Big Five then go into their drawer with the good silver and pull out this belief that was forgotten but not lost, and say, we knew it all along, and science lied to us. Temporarily, all religions unite against science, who has been only moderately weakened by the removal of their astronomy and astrophysics divisions. But the public won't care, because they will listen to the group shouting the loudest, and no one yells louder than the church. They will scream with righteous fury that the dome was built by our God, your God, and the people will turn to science and hear nothing but crickets. And that's where the world changes, because in times of great stress, the public will want words, and while religion has no shortage of them, science simply is incapable of taking leaps of faith. I'll take a glass half full approach and say that anyone listening to this is probably an intelligent, rational person, one who can make informed decisions outside of the conventional doctrine. But for every one of you, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of mouth-breathing troglodytes who will not walk but run to the respective house of religion and say, "You were right about this. What else can you teach me?" This is what fills the current authority with pause. The unknown response to that question. Will religion take the high road and work with what remains of science to discover the truth? It's possible, I suppose. It's also possible that religion will combine this technologically advanced society with a revitalized and aggressive doctrine that then transforms daily life into something that makes the book 1984 seem like a Saturday morning cartoon show. I'm hoping that mankind will prove me wrong, but so far, that isn't the case.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues Part 6, Depth Perception. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the inevitable design question below the surface, or more specifically, how thick the flat Earth design would need to be. To start, let's quickly recap the design features so far. A basic dome structure made up of advanced high-density material, thousands of miles wide, and at least 100 miles in height. The ceiling of said structure being projected upon by an ultra-high definition system using super LED technology and a combination of 2D and 3D imaging to simulate all celestial bodies, including sun, moon, stars, and so on. This ceiling is then protected by a scaling decrease in temperature and oxygen levels to the point where human life isn't naturally sustainable above 4 miles. The lower surface of the dome structure consists of an organic layout of continents, grouped at the center, ensuring that no land bridge exists to the outer ring. This is then surrounded by hundreds of miles of salt water in order to limit sea travel. The salt oceans are then adjusted with a scaling decrease in temperature as the outer area is approached, to the point where salt water freezes, forming icebergs, further reducing sea travel. The outer ring is then elevated to a height of 10,000 feet, reducing oxygen levels, and a buffer zone of 300 miles is created. This zone is devoid of all life forms that could be used as food, further discouraging land travel. That all sounds pretty good. But we left out one thing: depth. Keeping human beings away from the ceiling is easy, because it requires higher technology. Protecting the outer ring is a little more difficult, but can be accomplished with layers of negative reinforcement. Protecting the actual common ground is a different challenge, because digging is basic. Everyone knows how to use a shovel, and most construction requires a generous amount of digging. In addition, natural resources such as coal, oil, minerals are harvested through large-scale digging operations. So it's safe to say that any human population is going to be digging a lot of holes because it's easy and it's necessary to continue their way of life. That being said, how thick would you need to make the flat Earth model so that people didn't accidentally dig their way through? You could use the same method as the outside barrier and create a series of undesirable layers, ending in a solid barrier. But the ever-expanding increases in general population would create an unnecessary risk. If the bottom of the flat Earth was composed of, say, an unbreakable material, this would pique the digger's curiosity, and if repeated all over the world, would raise suspicions of design. While a solid barrier works at the end of a frozen wasteland where no one is venturing, or allowed, it doesn't do much if it's found in a mining quarry or someone's backyard. For that, you need something that hasn't been used up to this point: a scaling increase in temperature, all the way to an ignition flashpoint and then beyond. Now you will jump in and say, well, of course, we all know that there is molten rock below the surface. We see it in volcanoes and, well, volcanoes. Yes, you do. And we've all seen the cross-section diagram of the globe Earth, which shows ever brighter bands of molten structure and so on, which is why I included the wiki link in the description that covers the official view of the Earth's structure. And I quote, "Scientific understanding of the internal structure of the Earth is based on observations of rock in outcrop, samples brought to the surface from greater depths by volcanoes, analysis of seismic waves, measurements of gravitational and magnetic fields, and experiments with crystals at pressure and temperatures characteristic of the Earth's deep interior." In short, they have no clue on what's below them. None. In fact, the deepest holes ever drilled, which I've also linked in the description, only go down 8 miles. To repeat, no one has gone below 8 miles anywhere. And every drilling survey is the same, a scaling increase in temperature to the point where drill bits stop working. And you come back and say, but volcanoes. Yes, there are volcanoes, holes in the earth where molten rock is produced, under pressure, I might add. Certainly that can't be artificially created. No? We can melt rock right now. It's called a smelting plant. What do you think your car is made out of? Melted, reformed, and polished rock. We have the technology to do this. It all comes down to scale. Create a large set of furnaces at, say, 50 miles below the surface that can melt and pump molten rock. And you say, what would the furnaces be made out of? Oh, I don't know. How about the same dome material that can withstand nuclear weapons? So you take the molten rock, locate a few random access points on the surface, and the rest comes naturally. Volcanoes also reinforce the Earth structure model that the molten rock goes all the way to the core, which then in turn reinforces the globe model, and then we're back to where we are now. A smoldering globe flying through space at high speeds that from a design standpoint makes no sense. So how thick would the flat Earth model floor need to be? Oh, for common use, say less than 100 miles, similar to the ceiling in scale. Large heat generators placed in a pattern, a thin layer of molten rock 10 to 20 miles down, which is really just a geologic pipe system to help with the generation of terrain. And there you have it, an efficient way of discouraging all those digging humans from reaching too far, combining a physical barrier with a mental one. 8 miles down and you're going to tell me what the entire core looks like? Give me a break.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 7, The Long Haul. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into a topic I only glanced at in the original guide, which is the southern hemisphere, or in the flat Earth model, the land masses closest to the outer ring. I like to give credit where credit is due, and the long haul title was given to me by a fellow flat earther who did some of the same research I did. The summary of the video is this. If you are looking to show someone how to view the flat Earth from a practical point of view, this is the example I would use. I'm going to show you how strange the world looks using just a few websites, some simple math, a couple minutes, and your brain. You don't have to write anything down, unless you want to, of course. I'll give you everything you need on screen and break down one of the examples as well. I'll also link the sites in the description for reference. First, here are some websites that help you calculate distance. The GPS on your phone already does this, and you may have an app as well, but here are some dedicated examples. Timeanddate.com, TripIt.com, DistanceFrom2.net, WorldAtlas.com, FreeMapTools.com, and TravelMath.com. If your favorite isn't listed here, like Google Maps, then use whatever is most familiar to you. Now we are going to look at two specific groups of cities. The first group is going to be from the area around Australia, including New Zealand. We'll call this Group 1. Group 1 includes Melbourne, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Perth, Australia, Auckland, New Zealand, Christchurch, New Zealand, and Hamilton, New Zealand. The second group is going to be some cities in South America, all in the southern hemisphere. I mention this because if you go high enough, you will run into a few cities that won't work. Group 2 includes Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Brasilia, Brazil, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Lima, Peru, and Santiago, Chile. Again, there is a link in the description with many other airports. Now, these two groups are interchangeable, as you would imagine, so you can start or end with either Group 1 or 2. The results will be the same, and just to make it interesting, I'll use a slightly different example, which a fellow flat earther did the legwork on, and show you that even these two groups aren't exclusive. So you take anything from Group 1 and anything from Group 2, and you get some distances, ranging from 6 to 8,000 miles, roughly. That's all I want you to do here is get that part in your head, noticing that the route is bent because they have to account for the curvature of the Earth. All these directions are what you would expect, a straight shot over the South Pacific Ocean. Now, just to prove it's not an exclusive route, instead of starting in, say, Rio and landing in Auckland, I'll start what should be the opposite side, in Cape Town, South Africa, which is roughly the same distance on a globe Earth coming in at 7,300 miles. Notice on the map it's still a straight shot through the Indian Ocean and not crossing any countries, an easy route. I try to book my flight. For this example, we use Travel Math, but you can use whatever is easiest in your country, like Priceline, Expedia, Travelocity. It will make no difference because they're all tied to the same system. And this is when everything goes wrong. So the first leg, the airlines don't send me due east, but instead shoot me 4,700 miles almost due north to Dubai. Okay, maybe we're just picking up people. It seems a bit excessive, but I'll go with it. I'm probably comfortable in my seat drinking vodka tonics anyway. And from Dubai, it should be a straight shot home to Auckland, right? No. Now they send me southeast to Melbourne, a mere 7,300 miles. And then finally a third leg from Melbourne to Auckland coming in at around 1,600 miles. I'm rounding up or down to make the math easier. Regardless, the total miles for this flight is almost double what should be expected, coming in at 13,600 miles. In addition, the trip took me 37 hours. How long should it have taken? Well, in a 777, about 12. Now this is where you come in and say, well, it's probably an isolated incident, or some strange connection thing. You know how the airlines are. Oh no, my friends. We can do this all day. This roulette table is rigged, and there is no way to get a fair game. The first part of the clue is the utter lack of non-stop flights from anywhere in this hemisphere, which is why I gave you multiple cities in each group. And here's the plot hole for you. Flying from international cities like Sydney, Rio, Santiago, or anywhere else close by, you can't get a single non-stop flight, no matter how much money you pay. I tried to do this for an entire night, and it was like playing an online casino game, one that I was losing most of the time. The connections kept coming in like spam windows. Start in Christchurch, go to Auckland. Start in Auckland, go to Sydney. Start in Sydney, go to Dubai or Los Angeles or somewhere else that makes no sense. Some of these connections took the trip over 50 hours to complete. Go ahead, try it yourself. You may find one nonstop. But even then, the strangeness doesn't end there, because the speed is wrong. For reference, I included an optimum cruising speed guide from a commercial pilots forum that lists all the international aircraft used in these routes. A 777, the current state-of-the-art flagship plane, designed for maximum fuel efficiency, has a cruising speed of 640 miles an hour. 7,400 miles comes in at around 12 hours. Try to find this route. It doesn't exist. It can't. The closest I came was a one-connection flight with a 3-hour layover. The total flight time was 20 hours. 20 take away 3 is 17, not 12. And this might work if the plane was doing, say, 430 miles an hour, but it's not. In fact, The slowest cruising speed I found was an older Airbus, just around 593. But this is all just numbers, right? It is until you pull up the flat Earth map and look at the farthest 2 points, which just coincidentally are anywhere in Australia and most of South America. Or my example of Lower Africa, which you can see isn't west at all. It's a shell game, and a very good one at that. Keep people guessing with multiple connections and layovers, jumping from city to city. People just sit in their seats, trying to sleep through it. And then it hits you. Well, the pilots would know, right? They fly all day, every day. Certainly, they would have figured it out by now. Some of them would get suspicious, sure. Any decent navigator will be able to work out the speed, fuel consumption, and odd connections. But imagine what they would have to get their head around. First, they would have to ignore the world GPS system that has been leading them to their destinations without error. If you want some interesting side reading, check out the link on the history of the GPS. And I quote, "Developed in 1973 to overcome the limitations of previous navigation systems, integrating ideas from several predecessors, including a number of classified engineering design studies from the 1960s. Oh, and by the way, was created by the Department of Defense, the same people that closed off Antarctica. GPS went fully live in 1995. So if you were a pilot before then, you might have been able to pick up a breadcrumb trail. After that, very difficult. Plus, let's say you did figure out that something was off. Who exactly would you tell? The FAA? You would be looking around and wondering why you were the only one to see it. And then what? You make the leap of faith and see that the entire map system is wrong? Never gonna happen. You might as well just tell them that an alien spacecraft followed your plane around for 2 hours. We know what happens then. Start playing Flight Time Casino for yourself. See what interesting things you can discover. And while you're at it, show it to any pilots that you know. But don't forget to leave the words Flat Earth out. Because that's crazy, right?
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 8, The Creative Force. This Flat Earth perspective takes a look at the design from the ever-present why standpoint. And although it will review some of the dome technical features already discussed, I'll try to do it from a different angle, or more specifically, why I might build it. Someone mentioned to me recently that while the dome was a very big concept, it made the world much smaller. Kind of like what Admiral Byrd expressed in an interview all those years ago. This someone also said that it made them sad, which I understood. And while I did what I could to comfort this person, I realized that I could have done more. So this video is for the people who look upon this world with their new eyes and start drifting into a state of melancholy. To preface, this isn't jail, nor are you lab rats. And before I'm done, I hope to show you a version of why. To start, let's look at an old story, one that you may have heard involving another enclosed world, kind of like yours. I say kind of like yours because the finished design that you are sitting in right now took several revisions in just about every aspect, much like any project. You come up with ideas, you see what works and what doesn't, and you improve the process until you come up with something that, while not everyone agrees upon, satisfies the best of all criteria. One of the first dome layouts involved a race of people who were supremely driven by ambition. They didn't have a word for lazy or fear. They absorbed knowledge very quickly, incorporating physics, advanced electronics, engineering, and drove their technology with energy from the enclosed world itself. And when their technology had reached the point where the dome's structure was discovered in its entirety, there was no reaction of wonder and awe. They just looked up and squinted at the sky. Eventually, those squints turned into glares. Oh, they had religion, to be sure, and it was tied to their daily lives, but to them, this wasn't religion. It was a challenge. Almost like they weren't that impressed. Hard to fathom, right? Seeing that your world had borders, but instead of being afraid, shaking your fist at the sky with arrogance. But that's what they did. So much confidence and might that when they found out where they really were, a new priority was created. At first, they dedicated broadcast channels to calling the dome builders out, demanding answers, and ran them day and night. At the end of each cycle, the words kept repeating, "We know." But arrogance ebbs at patience, and their demands were met with silence, which was taken as blatant dismissal. This fueled their ambition even more. The people withdrew all their efforts from breaching the outer barrier and formed a new plan. If the creators were not going to submit, then they would build a bridge and meet them at the gates. So a building was designed. But to call it a building was to call the pyramids a sandcastle. It was the greatest structure ever conceived, at least to them. It was to be over 30 miles wide and hundreds of miles high, enough to reach the dome ceiling itself, where they would meet the builders face to face.
Hey. Face to face, man. I love that.
How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Ether?
Just chilling.
Yeah. First of all, man, thanks for having me back in here, man. Thanks.
Bird. I don't really know what happened, but okay.
Cheers. Cheers, man. The truth is the truth. We can all accept the truth, man, through observations and measurements. We can go out and experience the beautiful flat earth that we live on. And however these Mongos want to dismiss our objective reality, that's fucked up, man. These motherfuckers have diverted the intelligence of what we all experience. And we all experience a flat, stationary plane. That's it, man. That's the bottom line, man. And they want to like come in here and, oh, you don't experience that because the refraction of the diameter of it's too big. Yeah, fuck off, man. Fuck the fuck off, man. The fact is, man, you do not experience the globe. Period. That's it. You do not. If you do, man, please come in here and explain how we experience the globe. The globe. That'd be great, man. That'd be great. Step on up, man. The globe is your reality. Please step up.
Yeah, show us the measurements.
Yeah.
The scientific model. Drop over distance.
Yeah. Drop over distance and spin. Yeah, anything, man. Please come in here and show us what we do not understand, apparently. Yeah, that'd be good. Hey, that would be a good start. Drop over distance. Oh my God. That'd be good. Hey, thank you guys for participating in the reality. Oh my God. Thank you guys. Reality sucks, man. Reality sucks. Just like
I think reality is pretty cool. People just suck.
there you go. We have been handed the most unbelievable cosmology, man. Oh my God. Cool. We got fucked, man. But the people that handed us the fuckness said, that's what I learned, man. And that's the fuck. Oh, fuck all, man. Because those people.
I actually have a weird take on that, I think, man. I mean, kind of like a seventh dimensional level take on that thing. So, there's obviously two sides to this, like a good and evil side, black and white, light and darkness, whatever. And we don't get to choose who's created in this world. Only the creator, the self-existent Ancient of Days, gets to make that decision. So, all I really care about at that point, from that perspective, would be go do your job and be about your father's business. Don't be a poser about it. Don't be lukewarm. Don't be a fence sitter. That kind of person gets spit out of the mouth. At least go do your job. Serve your purpose. Whether you be a vessel of honor or a vessel of dishonor, go serve your purpose. And the reason being is because you aren't going to convert reprobates who have already been turned over to their wicked ways. So don't bother worrying about that. You can't. So, I agree, though, that they are irritating, all of this, the way the world's up. It is irritating, though.
So the people that perpetrate the existence, what we see on the mainstream media, have gone ahead and accepted their fate through perpetrating lies to us.
They sell their soul to it with every paycheck they receive.
Yeah, that's it, man. Ether, fuck yeah, man. They sold their souls to tell us lies, man.
Oh, and it pays well. I mean,
It does
they got nice
pay.
houses and cars and stuff.
Fuck all pays well, man. And it pays really well, man. I know a few people that are in that business, man.
Not to mention, it pays far better to be a globe earther who talks crap to flat earthers than to be a flat earther talking to globe earthers about anything.
Yeah, that's it. Grass, man. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck.
They got the system, man. That's the thing, though. Yeah. We're not a part of this company. Like they have like a company of Koshek, a company of darkness. So it's like the synagogue of Saturn, or the temple of Saturn, is literally the money temple. These people are a cult of money. They worship money. They got this giant scale, and they're weighing and balancing all of good and evil of everything, and making money off of it. And they literally worship they worship Saturn. There's literally a symbol of Saturn actually on the dollar. But I digress. Anytime you see any symbols, the hex symbol, the hexagram, that's always a Saturn reference. And it's just interesting that there's a 6-pointed star hidden on the greenback. That's just one of the symbols. I'm just mentioning that, that's kind of like the main symbol for the Temple of Saturn. And, yep, it's right there. Money.
The greenback. Oh.
There's another thing that's interesting to me, man. All right, so Gad is the pan-Semitic deity of fortune, right? And, we all know that the real name isn't God. That's actually a different word. It involves worship of an entity or deity that you're paying tribute to. So the true name is actually something much different. Yah, for short. And so when they put God up there, or Gad, and they put in Gad we trust, the pan-Semitic deity of fortune, on their green little parchment covered in Masonic symbolism, I'm just saying. These people trust the God of fortune. They don't trust the one true God. They're trusting money and fortune and fate and destiny type crap, like little farts in the wind type things, and maybe I get... But lucky for them, I guess. Yah makes it rain on the just and the unjust, so either way, he's going to make it rain. He'll make it rain on those hoes and on the ordinary people who are actually pretty righteous. Raining upon the harlots. But it's fair. It really is. It's actually fair because everybody deserves a chance. Even if they're messing up, they deserve a chance.
You mentioned, what's up, guys? You guys mentioned the dollar?
Yep. Witchcraft parchment.
Right. I've always, ever since a little kid, ever since I was being pointed to that little, animal on the right side of the... I think it's on the back of the
owl. There's an owl and a spider.
Owl and the spider. Oh, well. Yeah, I thought it was a spider and an owl at first, and then I took a look at it and it looks like a snake.
What, coiled, and it just seemed, or it might be multiple images where it's supposed to look like several things. Kind of like that one thing would be like a rabbit and a duck, and you flip it around, and cause they do doing stuff like that too.
It mostly looks like just a snake's head coming at you with its fangs.
Somebody's got a zoomed in picture of it online, like a high res.
Yeah. Let's see.
On the spider hidden on the dollar. I'll ask Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a...
It does. Well, see, people assume it's a spider, but also it doesn't really. You could interpret that as being literally anything. You just make up whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, that too.
I'm looking at it now. I can be like, yeah, it looks like a flower with a little leaf sticking out on the left side of it. Or I could say it looks like a spider or an owl sitting there next to a little branch with a leaf above that. There's so many things that you could say it is. So it becomes open to interpretation.
Yeah, I have a question. Right. That video that just got played, Under the Dome full documentary, the guy mentioned the Ring of Power. Was he in some sort of consideration that was a real artifact?
I would not be surprised, though. I would say that it's probably not like the Tolkien version. There's something that's based on a true story.
Yeah, because I've been doing research on that, and I've been trying to... I can only put it in a theory. I found some evidence leading that it might be true, But most of my studies are kind of like there's not enough to it to lean it where it's like 80%.
I would say that I don't even know if it would have any form of actual like magical power, though. Whoever, like I'm talking like relics as far as these people laying claim to royalty, because you remember how everybody's like back in the Dark Ages or medieval times trying to find out who the king of all the kings are, that holy bloodline, like whatever holy grail bloodline, so that they could be the one who rules all the rest. And I would not be surprised if there's some kind of other things like a ring, because a king will have a royal seal, right? There's some kind of ancient ring from the First World Order that one of the original kings had, because there's also Adam's clothing that God gave him. Nimrod stole that from Noah, and then Esau killed Nimrod and took it back to his father's house. He basically killed him and stole the king's underwear. Obviously, Nimrod would have had armor over it, so he stole the king's underwear and took it back to his daddy's house.
It would make sense because there's the Ordo Linda book. Have you heard of that by any chance?
If I have, I'm not readily remembering it. So
yeah, so it's supposed to be a book that was authored by the goddess of Freya, and she's one of the gods of the Valinor, and they're talking about the like, say for instance, the gods of like Tolkien's universe. If you read the similarities, it sounds very same thing, and even the language from the Black speech all the way to the Elvish language. Like I've seen interviews with J.R. Tolkien at like 60 or 70 years. 60 years old. And he's having a hard time writing these languages. And then you look at more studies.
Stuff. I can write Hobbit, actually, like all the runes that are used in it, but it's just normal Norse rune. In fact, there's like kind of an urban legend, I guess, where the witches at the time actually were given death threats and pissed off at him because those were supposed to be secret, like, occult knowledge, and he had put it right on the book and published it. And then the other end of the spectrum, people are saying Tolkien was a witch or whatever, and he did it openly as some kind of whatever.
The thing is, I honestly believe, based on some of the information, especially with the whole Illuminati and the Eye of Sauron, the Muslim
Here's
stuff.
my thought. Even if he was, right? Even if he was some kind of like, actual pagan witch, whatever, blending Christian. Okay, but he's still probably actually telling the truth with what he's saying, because he's going to have studied the actual lore that's available, being the professor that he was.
No, I what I was trying to say before
was
high
level, man.
All right, go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm sorry. We're overlapping and interrupting a little bit. You go ahead and talk.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say is this. Like, based on in World War II, he was an intelligence officer. And look what the Germans were studying back then, right? They were studying ancient Aryans. They were studying all this stuff. And then as soon as he gets that, he gets permission to go ahead and write the book. Hell, let me give you one thing that's even more funnier in one of my clues. Like, when you look at J.R. Tolkien or any other Stephen King's book, right? When they're writing their whole world and their characters, they wouldn't need to write an official military report essay as to why their characters did a certain thing and unknown reasons why, right? J.R. Tolkien wrote an entire military report, sent it to a professor, stating why did the Númenóreans wanted to go to the Undying Lands and why they were denied to go there. And he gave his reasons why. For a guy that supposedly wrote the entire fantasy story and world, he would know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Númenóreans are the Atlanteans. And when the Atlanteans sank, the remaining survivors are known to have gone towards what? Where the areas of the lands of the Shire, which then that would be Albion, Celtics, Berber, and so on. Which then explains why the O-negative blood types are what they're now considering like, ancient alien blood or old cycle blood. That's us. That's the saying. I'm trying to find more clues.
Yeah.
Just weird anomalies, bro.
Here's a clue. Here's a clue for you. For God has created man of one blood on the earth. There's a clue.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Adam starts off as like this rock gets split into two. Now there's two rocks. And every time that there's more and more souls that are brought into this world, eventually now we're all just little grains of sand, like on a beach or whatever.
Basically.
Here's another clue. Mitochondria Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Mitochondrial DNA is ancestral, reverse engineered back to a single source.
Yeah, and these freaking crazy people trying to still twist it.
If you believe what they say, of course.
Yeah, they still will try and twist it into some kind of weirdness.
That being said, the point is that that indicates that all humans alive today came from a single mother sometime in the past.
Yep. So everybody bickering and fighting and arguing over this racist crap or everything else, like, shut up. Stop being weird and come home.
Yeah.
We're all the same family. Everybody a bunch of cousins. Like, what's up, cousin?
What up, cut?
Yeah. What up?
Well, if evolution
going on at the family grill.
Right, but if evolution is true, then racism is perfectly fine, warranted, and justified.
Not only that, but so it would be genocide. It'd be perfectly acceptable because it's an inferior race that's brutish, right? And they're less, okay, so go ahead and cut off that genetic bottleneck so that we can save the rest of the humans. It all becomes acceptable.
Well, because ancient civilizations have already done it since the beginning. Like,
Exactly.
you know, and not to top it off, like, you know, if you wouldn't even go, like, I don't believe in evolution, like we came from primordial goo, but even you can argue with genetics, and geneticists will even tell you, yes, there's no, absolutely no evidence that we came from Pan-Africa, or we ever came from Africa. Even the classifications of Homo erectus, Cro-Magnon, and Neanderthals can be traced back to the exact same skeletons of the three species types. Humans of Cro-Magnon is whites, Hispanics, and Japanese, and fucking Cainites, or if you want to call them Neanderthals, Arabs and Jews, and Homo erectus, or is just blacks, you know, and you can tell.
And all they did was just take a bunch. Some of them, they found like a freaking one bone and built an entire skeleton. Said, "Yep, this is one of our." Man, no, it is not. You made up a monkey.
Tooth.
Oh yes. And the classical terms for those, if people don't know, is Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. Those are the three main races.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's why.
Like Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Yeah, that's why I don't like.
Sounds delicious.
That's why I think the whole ideal, like, religion and nationality and having your own nation, like, if the blacks stayed in their, you know, their middle Africa area getting hunted by hippos, I wouldn't give two shits about, right? But clearly there seems to be like a culture, you know, non-assimilation when it comes to that, and they've even admitted themselves.
That's the weird part. I find the words black and white when used in political terms to be more offensive than the N-word, and anybody who doesn't understand what I'm talking about just doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Those two words were coined for the very purpose of like racial division, and they actually don't have any real meaning as far as with genetics or life itself. It's just, yeah, those dark, they black, those light, they white. It gets deeper than that though, because it has to do with royal bloodline type things and people not wanting their inheritances to go off to those people.
Well, fuck that. Racial division all the way, because first of all, the ideal that we can all live in one fucking place homogeneously has failed. In every fucking blue city, from East Coast to West Coast, North and South. That's one thing. And then second, you have the 400,000 rapes that are just coming out of the black community alone a year, which can vary between 425,000 and then 635,000. Now, I'm all about equality, but I ain't raping black women that much, all right? That's fucking crazy.
There's no distinction between people for me. I look at them as all the same. So
then you are blind as shit.
Nope, and I'll explain why. Just hear me out. Hear me out.
All right, go for it.
So these people, they have organic computers in their head, and they've got a certain agenda being put above them to push them to think a certain kind of way, and they will, and they're going to do that, whatever they're programmed to do.
Right, dude.
Man, I'm sorry, bro, but you had me for a bit,
everyone.
and then I heavily disagree with you.
Like it has to do with the cultural thing, though, that they're just kind of openly accepting, and also it has to do with just kind of like things pouring downhill over time, like how shit falls downhill.
All right, so you're making very mistakes. First of all, there's a hybridization between blacks and whites. When white DNA gets mixed with black DNA, and somehow there's a harmony, this is where you get the black anime nerds and weebs, where they're extremely intelligent. Even their own pure-blooded race sees them as an anomaly. They're like, they just has to beat the shit out of them even more than any other race. And that's why when they leave the fucking ghettos, they have a self-hatred for it. That's why the light-skinned blacks are constantly hated. because they're highly more intelligent, and what they like to throw against the darker, more feral version of themselves. You're fucking uncivilized. Stop fucking killing your mother and raping your sisters. You know, it's the hybridization is what you're seeing. You're seeing a mixture of one species with high intelligence mixing with a feral kind, making a mixed hybrid.
Yes, but what's the statistical factor that causes all these social ills?
Social ills. First of all, are you gonna tell me that blacks weren't fucking still? What was it? What are the thing they're doing now over there in the middle of Africa? Raping babies to cure fucking AIDS? Is that some sort of white man agenda right there?
Interesting.
Or killing
Is that the
black
answer to
old
my
men?
question?
Yeah, killing black. They're feral, bro. They're not fucking civilized, and they should have stayed there.
What?
Yeah.
Doesn't.
Feral does not mean not civilized.
Okay. So you're telling me that somehow the mud huts and the way they lived was some sort of civilized?
Hurting people hurt people.
Oh my goodness, dude.
What were they
said
doing?
That doesn't mean feral.
All right, explain.
Oh my god, bro.
Humans are not evolving, they're devolving. We're going downhill. We were more intelligent the First World Order, and now we are dumber than ever. I hope you realize that that is true, and there is no other truth to be said about that.
Yeah, we are. There are a lot of us regressing because the education
Everyone
is
is,
not
though.
that great. Not everyone.
Evolution's not possible. Nothing goes up. It all goes down, because for every adaptation, there's genetic matter lost. It is impossible to go up.
Anyway, in the Western world, in the United States, the statistical factor is fatherlessness, not race.
Exactly. Daddy issues.
However, if you want to talk about other continents, that's a different story. I'm not too sure about them. Like maybe you have facts and figures on that. That's fine.
They probably got hard-coded daddy issues too on another, like next-level daddy issues as well, which explains all the effed up stuff he was talking about. Yeah, next-level daddy issues.
Yeah.
They really, really need some like family counseling.
Yeah, but we're not a racial group here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, clearly there's a species group if you want to make it more defined and detailed.
And there was a
blacks are a separate species then?
Yes, blacks, Jews, Arabs are a separate species. Did you just hear what I just said when I went through the whole thing? Cro-Magnon, Cro-Magnon's in genetics, right? So geneticists even came out and said this. Cro-Magnon.
So you don't know the definition of species then?
Hold on. Just let me finish, and then you can jump in. So Cro-Magnon.
I don't have to let you finish.
Yeah, well, you're really
that's the beauty of being me.
Oh, okay. So look, Cro-Magnon itself, you have whites, Japanese or Asians from the Chinese thing, and then you have Hispanics. Then for the Neanderthals with their skeleton makeup, you have the Arabs and the Jews. And then right after that one, you have Homo erectus, which that would be your average black person from Africa. Now, there is hybridization between the rate of the species, racial species, if you want to get more clear, and you can tell the difference. And sometimes you get a good harmony of synchronization between two species of DNA, and sometimes you get mongoloids or mutts that just they have a whole bunch of intellectual problems. Shit, autism is one of the largest things that lead between black and white integration, and same thing with the Neanderthals and whites and blacks. Just look up mixed race children. What's the highest disorders? Shit.
Right, so what's the definition of a species then?
Species. Different genus between two different creatures. But here, I'll give you the Wikipedia's definition if
a dog's a dog. They can all interbreed because a dog's a dog.
Mm-hmm.
A dog can't interbreed with a cat. A dog's a dog. And humans are human, and all humans are human.
Yes, but then you get horses, and then you have mules, right?
Oh, so I guess Adam was like dumber, and we've just gotten smarter and then gotten better or something. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Sorry, mules can't reproduce. So,
yeah, exactly. But like, how do you make a mule? You take a horse and a donkey, right?
A horse and a donkey can't reproduce, so you have to get another horse and a donkey.
Exactly. I need some tea.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. My point is this, though. It's a clear definition. This is why that genetics guy that lost his Nobel Prize, especially when he was putting IQ to genetics. You can deny all you want. It's just the truth to the whole thing.
Well, you could pick any genetic marker that's indicative of a certain bloodline and say that's a separate species.
Yeah, you could. You could call it a subspecies if you want. Like, say, for instance, you could take, for
Right,
instance.
so it's highly irrelevant. So then, what's a functional definition then?
If you can make subspecies between two pure-blooded species, it's still going to indicate a mixture of subspecies.
You know what
Right?
I'd love to hear?
What?
I'd really love to hear you explain on exactly what you're saying to Elijah and Gregory.
Doesn't work.
Why?
Well, there's a clear. You can look at violent statistics. You can look at technological achievements. You can look at mass consciousness. You can look at studies between self-awareness between children. Right. You could even do studies of white children, Asian children, Hispanics, blacks, Arabs, Jews, and all the other species. Racial types, and you'll find out that black kids will get self-awareness, but at age 7. They did the mirror test, bro.
You got a citation for that?
Yeah, I'll give you a little fucking meme citation. Give me a second.
Go for
it.
So what do you ascribe to the theory that there's 3 strains of evolution that produce 3 main species of humanoid?
I don't coin from the 3 evolutions where you have 3 hominids that evolved from sperm goo or fish, because I don't believe in fucking evolution. I think simply that whatever gods made us, our gods made the whites, Japanese, and Asians, humans. That's one thing. I don't know what the fuck the Jews and Arabs came from. And I don't know where the fuck the blacks. If you want to believe in the fucking Anunnaki that even says on their wall, the Sumerian gods, that they made a slave race, it literally says it on the fucking wall, then that's up to you. So
wait, where do we?
So there's a competing group of gods that all developed their own version of humanoids, kind of like Ford has a hybrid electric car, and then Nissan has a hybrid electric car, and then Toyota has a hybrid electric car, and they're all competing.
I don't know much. I don't know what exactly happened in the past because there's a lot of open to interpretation. But in my cause, yeah, there's multiple gods that used to exist in this world before they went to sleep, and they made mankind one way or another.
Interesting.
If you're a Christian kind of guy, that's your forte. But this is just my thought process. Now, I could always put it out like it's a theory because I could always get to debunk. It could.
Okay, so then how would you explain the mitochondrial DNA being traced back to a single female?
I don't know. That all depends on where that science facility. I've heard of it about the mitochondria Eve, right? But then again, I have to see whether that science organization's funding isn't being selective for propaganda. Because it wouldn't be the first.
The premise is that you can only get you inherit mitochondria, right? They're not created by the body. They're a separate organism that's inherited from your mother, and so the trace DNA is through your mom. You only can get it from your mom directly from her body. And when they do the samples of that DNA, right, kind of like when they do heredity studies, right, with DNA, in principle or in theory, they trace back to a single strain, which means it all came from a single woman.
Yeah, but like I said before, I think you missed what I'm saying. In order for me to take that source of citation any side level serious, I got to figure out if it's a propaganda, whether it got funding by any sort of organization or government. Because remember I said prior, the Nobel Prize winner for genetic study and discovery of DNA, he lost everything when he started putting genetics in IQ. That was clearly propaganda, right? And political.
Citation, mate.
Yeah, I'm on my. Whoa, calm down. I'm still working on it. I'm fucking eating spaghetti, talking this, and then fucking looking for it. Give me a second. I'm not a goddamn Google.
Maybe stop eating spaghetti and put the citation in.
Well, I ain't your bitch mom, but I'm not gonna fucking do it fast enough. Fucking Aussie, you fucking cunt. Man, I love you, Australians.
You're lucky that's not offensive here, actually.
Oh man,
we use it as mate. So
all right, give me
look. To be fair to the context, the idea that physiological, sociological, and neurological differences are in part determined by DNA structure is no different than saying like certain DNA strands produce larger skeletal structures. It's not without merit. So if somebody says, okay, a certain genetic structure will yield a certain amount of propensities for this or that physical feature, which also includes brain mass, neural muscular tissue, neuron firing, all these types of things, which you can classify as intelligence or not, is fine. The problem is that the value of a human being isn't determined by their ability to be intelligent, nor their size, nor their girth, nor their beauty.
Sounds like you got a small prick and you're just trying to defend that. I'm just fucking.
I'm actually a cyborg from the future, so I could really care less about you petty humans.
Get a fucking virus, you fucking Macintosh piece of shit.
No.
But anyhow,
Macintosh went extinct in the 011-201-00 Alpha wars.
Is that like another form of LGBTQ in the future? Did the gays win? If you're from the future, did the gays or the Transformers became the Decepticons or some shit?
That's not how it works.
I don't know, man. It's more than meets the eye.
The promise of transhumanism was always a ruse.
Yeah, that's what we got the jabbies for. We'll see how that works out. Oh shit, yeah, it's in the other server. All right, let me look for that one. Biology.
So, were you using mules as, what were you using mules as?
No, like for instance, like if you have like a donkey, right? A donkey and a horse. They're two species, clear, different. Yeah. And when you hybridize between these two species, it makes a new subspecies called a mule.
Yeah, but they can't reproduce, so then that subspecies goes dead.
Yes. Now, that's one. Then there's also a few other things too. You have a lot of these mixture species that can't reproduce, and then you do. Now, if there's a Liger, Ligon, Tygon, whatever the fuck you want to call them. There's a lot of problems with mixing of the species. Sometimes after a while, things get well because you got vaccination and vitamizations to go in there to make things a bit processed. And then you have in vitro and later on. So if people have problems.
Because they're a different species.
Yeah. Now you look at the light skin or mixture of blacks and whites. Most people never do studies.
They're not a different species.
Yeah, there are subspecies between whites and blacks mixing together to create.
Are they not?
Yeah, they are. It's a hybrid. You when you get a light skinned black person who has like say a father.
Are they not human, or they're not?
They're hominoids, but they're not within the. If you want to put semantics, you got Cro-Magnon, that's a different type of hominid or human. Then you have Neanderthals, that's a different hominid and human, and then you have Neanderthal. you have Homo erectus, which is another hominid.
Homo sapien,
yeah. So there's still different there's still different species, but doesn't mean
Are you saying Homo sapien that different colored people aren't Homo sapien, or what are you saying?
No, they're a hominid within the human genus, but they're still a separate species. You get what I'm saying?
So a cat within a cat species that's a different breed of cat is still the same species. It's just a different breed of cat.
Yeah, you have lions, you have leopards, and then you have a house cat.
No, I'm talking about cats, just normal house cats.
Oh, no, house cat's different. I'm talking about comparing a tiger to a fucking jaguar to a fucking leopard.
They're different. They're a different species.
Different species, but same within the same genus, same tree branch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. They're felines. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, but they're all different.
Yeah. Exactly.
So humanoid, Homo sapiens sapien.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is the same species.
Yeah. It's no. Homo sapien. All right, you're missing the case. even the cats, they're, the word genos means the same structural biology of it.
But
right?
Get to the human part though.
Okay, so we're getting to the human part.
Explain it. Explain what's the difference between. You're saying there's a difference between black people, white people. They're different species. Is that what
genetically, bone structure wise, the jutting of the jaw, the bone structure of the spine and the hips. You can take a clear definition between looking at Jewish skulls and Arab skulls, black people's skulls, and white people's skulls or Asian skulls, and you can see a clear genetic definition. When people like to play evolution with Darwin, he even tells you that the birds that are with different beak sizes, yes, they might be of the same finch type, but because of their skeletal and beak structure, there are different species or subspecies of it. You get what I'm saying? So even through evolution's eye standards of biology, you get
you're
that.
saying evolution exists?
No. The understanding and study, if you wanted, like I say, if you want to look at an evolution's eyes, like say if you're really believe in evolution 100%, then I would have to use that analogy to make that a sense that, hey, even in biology, through evolution of Darwinism, he looks at that as different species. Only in humans do we call it race instead of species. Do you understand? Like, if a black person's skull is vastly different from a white person's skull, we would have called it a different species. In biology's own terminology, that's what we would have called it. But in political reasons, we only call it racial. You get what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay. Do you believe in creation or science? Or evolution? Which one will work for you?
Well, I wouldn't be arguing the point of not having...
because I'm trying to find out which lens is easier for you.
If I was believing in evolution, would I?
I'm literally just trying to find which lens you could see to make it easier, you know?
Yeah. But I fail to see where you're going with the human species is a different... is different.
Okay. All right. So wait, let's make it even easier.
So let's go. What other species that's not the same species can breed with each other and be able to reproduce after the hybrid?
Oh, that's the thing. Is it when a child is born, right? How many specialized shots do they have for mixed kids? Have you checked the medical?
Don't worry about that. How many? Just answer the question.
Okay.
How many other species? So if you're saying that humans are different species because of their color, how many in the animal kingdom can reproduce?
No, it's not because of their color. It's because of where they're from, their racial background.
Man.
It's not just color, because you can have dark tan fucking Japanese and dark tan whites and dark tan Hispanics.
You're saying
still within the genome. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll end it there, man.
No worries. Give me 1 second. I'm still looking through the servers for it. But like I said, if you even look past the past, right? And again, if you want to argue it in a biology term, if you want to argue in an evolution term or a fucking creation myth from Christianity, right? Where exactly do these groups fit?
Okay. So Christianity is a creation myth, but the Anunnaki and all these other gods that created
I use everything as a myth, bro.
Species. Okay, that's fair then.
Yeah, I use everything as a myth because, again, I don't have 100%, and I don't think anyone can say that it's 100% where they can absolutely say that whatever they researched and found is 100% religious faith, you know? So there's a little bit on the belief chart. Shit, I believe in the Nordic myth. I have a Nordic religion of worshipping Odin, so I'm within that moment, so I would call it Nordic myth. Biology. See if I could find race. There we go, race and ethnicity.
Are you aware of William Wilberforce's argument when he went on his campaign against slavery in the United States?
No.
God.
Go ahead and tell me about it. I'm all ears.
So the premise, like why is it wrong to enslave other people? You know, it wasn't really about race or not race or trying to equalize races. He just had a general argument that all men are created in the image of God and therefore are equals in that sense, but also endowed with certain rights divinely. Because if one could argue that the races are separated in such a sense that they're entirely different as to the point of being the other, then subjugation or enslavement is really of no consequence, because it's like, it's no different than the certain species of ants, right, who destroy the other anthill.
Okay, well,
it's brute nature. Which, by the way, was an argument that was put forth, that the blacks were lesser than human, and therefore the true humans were their masters by right. And so his argument was, no, that's not the case, because God created man all of one blood, all in the image of God, and you're sacrilегing the divine image by enslaving another man against his will.
All right, well, here's the thing, though. So you have, like I said, every other race, even within whites, Japanese, Asians, Chinese, Arabs, Jews, mostly Jews, and every other, even blacks themselves, have enslaved everyone. Slavery is not tied to some sort of moral meaning behind that guy is black, or that guy is an Arab, or that guy is a Jew. That way I have the authority to enslave. Slavery has always been brought up to, strength makes right. I'm stronger. I won. So now I get to have all your stuff. So give me that. And it's only through white nations that we started pondering maybe slavery is not a good idea. Even though during that time, the Ottomans and we're still enslaving whites, and even when the blacks were free, whites were still enslaved. So, and again, it's not about whether it's like having a defined meaning to start slavery, right? People will find reasons to have slaves just to have slaves. Some will make religious bullshit. Some will make occult bullshit. Some will say, hey, my group has more divine right by blood to allow me to have slaves. Some even believe that they're God's chosen people. Yeah, more guns, more weapons. We still currently have a group that believes they're the chosen ones, and that's why they should have slaves and eat your children. So when people talk about race and race species, it's not to give people tomorrow the reason to enslave blacks. It gives a more honest reason as to why black migration, Arabs and Jew migration don't assimilate so well in Western nations. You can clearly see an insane decline of these nations going to shit. Look at Sweden. It was the happiest place in the world. Barely no rape. Now it is one of the number one nation leading rape. Solely black and Arab gangs just murdering and raping people. And that's even defined points. Shit, you had the Muslim rape gangs in Britain, and that was a propaganda on its own politically. When you had news stations who didn't want to come out being racist, there was a white officer, who got raped by a bunch of Muslims in the street, and no one wanted to arrest him because what? We didn't want to look racist. So clearly, we can't fucking assimilate. And I'm tired of fucking pretending not. It's not funny anymore. Now, if you got a counterclaim to that, and if you're going to give me that whole ideal of like Christian, archives of, well, God made us all equal, well, clearly, he must have skipped a few steps with those other races.
I've got a claim. This is a flat earth server, so let's get back to the topic.
All right.
You go first.
I'm the propaganda. I'm just calling it for what it is, bro.
We all live and we all die equally. Thank you very much.
That's not true, but okay.
Muslims raped somebody. Was that the reporter, the blonde reporter? I heard that story.
Well, when you show me somebody who lives forever, then you can talk. Thank you very much.
Wait, what?
Oh my goodness, Bram.
You said the Muslims raped a girl.
Well,
Was that
for
the
goodness sake, dude, if somebody interjects to say move on to flat Earth, that's not the cue to bring up the thing that was just told to move on from.
Zetetic
If you want to know the answer, hey, be quiet, dude. If you want to know the answer to that question, then ask Deathbringer to talk to you in chill chat, and he'll gladly oblige.
You told me to move on to flat Earth. I said Zetetic astronomy. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I'll keep posting stuff on the live text chat. I'll be right back.
I wasn't trying to be rude or nothing, and I'm sorry if I came across that way. But is there a globalist in here who can explain parallax to me and how it makes sense on a level plane?
What? Parallax? Parallax happens all over the place, man. You got to be more specific.
Yeah.
E equals MC squared. Thank you very much.
Okay. That was pretty specific, I guess.
Profound.
Damn, man. What do you think I am? Perdink?
I don't know, dude. You said parallax. I wanted to answer your question, but you need to be more specific because parallax is a very general term. For example, parallax is happening right now as I'm looking at my sandwich.
Very true, but is your sandwich circular or squared?
Dude, it's actually only half a circle because I ate the other half.
Exactly. Thank you very much. What's your sandwich be the guide to pie? Thank you very much. Don't make me force choke you, you stupid stormtrooper.
Hey, Arden, are you the one that's leading my post?
Look, Deathbringer, let me put it very simply. The next words out of your mouth are going to decide your fate on this server. So I suggest you just be quiet, right? And just do what I said in the chat, which is if you want to talk about this stuff, do it in other channels. Fair enough?
All right, fair enough. I didn't hear you, so that's why, like, you gotta give me like a little slack on that one.
That's why you're not banned.
Ah, get a little ratio, and then we, on that true subject, and everyone gets a little spicy about it. All right.
It doesn't matter. It's a curated platform, right? And the live stream's for a specific thing. We do indulge in other topics, but there's certain. Anyway, the point of the story is there's all kinds of other spaces in the server that's not as curated. There you go.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll use those spaces.
And don't forget, as convicted as you are about your position, and as much as you think you may have facts to back it up, tact also goes a long way in your ability to stay in a social environment where you have disparate characters that may or may not be offended and may or may not have logistical powers. Just a friendly advice.
Oh, I can understand that for sure. Listen, I dealt with every kind of pushback and every type of thing. Like, one of the things that I was going to go a little bit further in explaining on my feedback, no, I'm not going to go too deep. I'm just going to say this. What I say does not go to encourage any sort of death, genocide, murder, or active enslavement to any other groups whatsoever. Because, again, at the end of the day, everyone wants to live by themselves, alone, comfortably, and not fucking get, oppressed, right? That's what I'm trying to state, that there's a defining truth, and then we need to go about acting as such when, the powers that be tell us otherwise. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's actually a good point right there, is that multiculturalism as a rule is demonstrably laden in like the social agendas of evil people in the past that literally said, this is what we plan to do to screw the world over.
That's my point. Look, here, I give you a good example that I had an argument with.
Too late.
I'm not going to talk about like some extreme. All right.
Now,
Fine.
if you want to say something juicy about that sweet flat Earth, I'm all ears.
I was actually going to say something sweet and nice about the things, but that's okay. Some other time. Nah, I already believe the Earth is flat. Like, I was listening to that video until someone cut it off, and it was about to get to the Tower of Babel kind of shit. So I was like, "Oh, this shit got nice," and then,
oh man.
The only thing I like about the server is that there's more flat earthers and lobies, and I don't have to worry about fucking Earth Awakening anymore.
Oh my goodness, dude. So you're like a refugee.
You could say that.
Dude, you should have known Flat Earth Awakening sucked, man.
Yeah. Well, they've been arguing about the same thing for the last 3 fucking months of refractions.
Refraction.
Yeah, makes no sense, man. They're clearly shills. Why waste your time?
Well, refraction means broken. So it just means the globe model's broken. There. That's all you need to know about refraction. Case closed.
Yeah. Well, there's enough evidence to say that Earth is not fucking flat. The Earth is not fucking round. And, yeah, all this other shit is just them overzealously pushing for their fucking religion, and I'm not buying it. They do this every fucking day. They're probably still doing it now over there in Earth Awakening. Yeah, they're still doing it right now.
There's a lot of people involved in the flat Earth.
Boy, hold a minute. If I can, please. Thank you very much, please. Round can be a table, right? Like Knights of the Round Table, King Arthur crap.
Uh-huh.
What round do you mean, man? I'm just trying to clarify. People use the term round and say it can't be round when a coin can be flat and round.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a mind game thing people need to get over, man.
I mean, a sphere. How about that? Does it make your juices flow?
Sphere is a 3D circular object. When I'm talking singular form, which is a round table, then no, it doesn't make my juices flow. Thank you very much.
Man, you sound such a nerd. Regardless, yeah, I'm not buying the globe shit.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you. People got to stop applying spherical to singular circular. The two don't jive, man. One is a 3D object when there's more than 3 dimensions in this realm. So that there goes your theory of the globular right out the window already.
I think all of us that are into the flat earth can understand exactly what the fuck I was saying. I'm not going out there to preach to some glober.
Excuse me.
The only preaching you've done is, well, I mean, the truth kind of speaks for itself, don't it?
Sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, and that's where you get the jabbies and their 5-year expectancies.
Was football circular? The answer is no, because circular is single form.
Dude, a football is an agoid.
There you go. Perfect.
An agoid. It's a little chubby in the middle and narrow at the tips.
And the globe is globular, which would be more pear-shaped, which still isn't a 3D baseball. Thank you very much. Do you have any idea how easy it is for me to beat that globe out of the frickin' ballpark? Give me a baseball bat, I'll show you. And if you need somebody for bonds, I'll call Barry. Barry Bonds will bond you out, maybe.
Okay, I got one that's been pissing me off all freaking day. I had to be forced to listen to Mr. Sensible from his previous arrival on our server after his pathetic attempt to prove the globe is globular, according to him, by a piece of string launched into the upper atmosphere. So one of his proofs in the debate that he had with Mr. Whitsitt, it was 2-on-2, I believe. I don't remember if it was a 1-on-1, but anyway, they were both there. He said that they have this towing model set up where, they make a concrete pool and then they have rails which tows a boat to test it in water. So his claim was that you have the concrete, you have the metal rails above the concrete that tow the boat along the water, but it has to be the same distance above the water for some precise testing reasons, right? So his claim was that in a 138-meter pool or channel, but it's, it's generally a pool, but it's more like stretched out long than it is wide. 130 meters long, right? That they used a microscope to put a needle on the bottom of these turning points where they could, raise or lower the rails by turning a screw or something. And they would use a microscope to see how close the pin is to the water. And so they went along the rail, right, to adjust the rails as they go to make it parallel with the water surface, right? And of course, his claim is that over this distance, they have a differential hump in the middle. Get this now, 0.06 millimeters difference hump in the middle versus the ends, achieved by tweaking these little, let's just call them adjustment points. Now, I hope at least one of you recognized how retarded that is. So let's analyze the retardation. So the claim is that the rails have a hump in them in the middle that's 0.06 of a millimeter higher than the ends. Now, if you're making a rail parallel to the surface of the water, you're just going to measure an equidistant measurement at every adjustment point, are you not? And you're just going to end up with a parallel rail, are you not? How are you going to frickin' know that it's any different? Do you have all of the points available to you in your microscope simultaneously, or do you just have one point at a time? Well, the answer is obviously one point at a time. So all this dude can do that's doing the adjustments is adjust each one to the same metric, whatever that might be. Let's say it's 100 millimeters, right? So he wants the rail 100 millimeters off the water the entire run. So he goes to point A, just 100 millimeters, goes to point B, adjust 100 millimeters, go to point C, adjust 100 millimeters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If the middle point is off by 0.06, what in the heck does that even mean? To say that that's adjusting for the curve of the Earth is stone cold retarded. All that would mean is that he fucked up one of the measurements. He got it wrong, right? Because if they're all 100 millimeters, but the middle one's 100.06, then he screwed up, didn't he? Or is it 0.006? Whatever, you get my point. How's he going to know the differential between the different points relative to each other unless he has a way to measure them all simultaneously, which he can't do with his little dinky microscope? So this moron brought this as evidence that the Earth is curved because this scroob doobie-doo that thought he was screwing an adjustment screw to account for the curvature of the Earth was just making a parallel measurement along the surface of water, which we all know to be flat and level. So what the heck was he trying to prove?
Yeah,
Not to mention that the tolerance... Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a tactic that they use. I'm yet to give it a name, but I suppose I could just call it like getting in the weeds debating. So what will happen is they'll say some numbers, and they'll assume that their audience isn't clever enough to really understand what they're saying, and that kind of then casts a spell over the idiots listening that they must therefore know what they're talking about because they said some numbers.
Yeah, but it's also like a circular reasoning. So it's like the same thing happened with the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in the famous Modern Marvels show. At the break, before the commercial break, they used to have the Verrazano's Narrow Bridge being shown. And it would say, did you know that the construction of the Verrazano's Narrow Bridge had to take the curvature of the Earth into account? And then they go on to explain how they took the curvature of the Earth into account. Check this out. The towers are 1 inch and 5/8 different from each other. Okay, so hundreds upon hundreds of feet tall towers are 1 inch and 5/8 out, and you're trying to tell me that that's accounting for the curve of the Earth and the span that the bridge is, when the thermal expansion throughout the year of the deck of the bridge upon which the cars drive is 11 feet. The materials expand and contract 11 frickin' feet throughout the year. But you're going to tell me that with concrete and steel, they engineered this bridge to be precisely 1 inch and 5/8 out at the top of the towers. That's not even possible with the materials used. They literally have to wait for these things to expand and contract and stunk them with a spud wrench before they rivet them. It's like these people have no clue how things are built. All as they did was just assume.
But hang on, aren't they also telling you that it's bullshit? If you think about it, they're like telling you to your face, we're bullshitting you.
Oh, absolutely. Because here's how it actually works. What they do is they just build a bridge, right? Assuming a stationary level plane, right? With plumb and level. And then they just do their figures from that. And then they execute the bridge in the area that they're in. They use lasers or whatever to plane the area, survey the area, get it done. And then after the fact, some retard comes along and says, if the Earth was a globe of this radius, then things that are level would be splayed out according to these angles based on radials to the center of the presupposed spherical Earth based on that radius. Therefore, if this is true, then objects that are held to level would be out by this many degrees. Therefore, this object is out by that many degrees because I already know the Earth is a globe. How do I already know the Earth is a globe? See Proposition A. I already know the Earth is a globe. Which, by the way, a man, had a bet, right? Proved the Earth is a globe, blah, blah, blah. A guy sued him, right? Because he refused to give him the prize money. He took him to court based upon these bridges, and he got thrown out because it's not conclusive evidence. It's all presumptive. There's no direct measurement that these bridges are actually out by the amount they are. And even if they are out by that amount, there's no evidence that it's engineered in. It's all a model. It's all an idea. It's all a concept. It's all mathematics. It's all a big circular reasoning fallacy.
Do you have the info on that court case? Did it really happen? Do we have any info on it?
Yeah, it's Zen Garcia. And I can't remember where you should look first.
Why would the court entertain that? That's my question. And what would be the purpose? If someone sued somebody and then what?
Yeah. If you sue people, you get your day. They don't just summarily dismiss everything, right? They hear it first, and then they dismiss it.
So who won the suit, and was there money involved?
Yeah, Zen Garcia said he would pay money for somebody who provided tangible evidence of the globe in reality, and the person bought a model of how bridges would be constructed if the Earth was a globe. He didn't actually bring any evidence that existed in tangible reality. He basically said these bridges, right, that exist in reality, if the Earth was a globe, would be out by 3/8 of an inch. Therefore, I want the money. He never actually proved they were out by that.
Yeah, but isn't it like the court's entertaining a couple guys doing like an ego test? Because what does it matter anyways? It's like if I bet you $10 or $100, $1,000, whatever.
Oh no, it's not like that. It's not like that.
Court, is that what it was?
No, check us out, bro. If you for a raffle, if you try to do a raffle that's available to the public, in most jurisdictions, you have to secure the funds, proof of funds, put them in a escrow or some type of thing where your contest is legitimate, right? Certain things like that. There are stipulations attached to these types of things. You can't just go out willy-nilly.
So he did a formal contest publicly, and he got taken up on it, and the guy took him to court.
Correct. And he said, here's the evidence I have to provide. It's a model of a bridge with no tangible demonstration that the claims about the model are true. Give me the money. And Zen said, no, you didn't meet the terms of the challenge. So he sued him, and he lost.
And then what was the result? Did somebody get paid?
Well, Zen didn't have to pay him. That was the result, because he didn't win the bet. He didn't provide evidence. But the point is not even so much the court case, because courts don't decide truth necessarily. The point is that models of what it would do if the Earth was a globe is not the same as proving that the Earth is a globe. So you can claim all day that the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge had to take in 1 5/8 inches of earth curvature into account, but anybody who knows anything about construction, especially things of that size and the materials used, knows that the idea that they engineered that bridge with 1 5/8 inches variance intentionally is retarded on its face. That only fools the simpletons.
I mean, you could quite easily make an argument that the thermal expansion difference between the top and the bottom of the poles on the bridge, based on the fact that the ground is generally warmer than than as you go further up, that could account for the entire difference, or maybe even more.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think if this test happened again, that the result will be the same, or does it depend on the judge?
If you're asked for material evidence that exists in the physical, tangible world that's validated from that world, and you present a model, okay? If the judge rules in your favor and all you've presented is a model, then the judge would be in error. So any judge worth his salt, right, would judge that a model is not sufficient evidence of something that exists in the tangible world.
But that's what he had to arbitrate. A model's all they have, though, in reality. They can't do it. They can't prove it in reality.
Oh, okay. So you want the judge to be lenient on them?
I want to know if this is going to be how it's going to go, or did we just get lucky? Yeah.
Yeah, but who cares? Let's say for instance that a judge rules that he did meet the merits of the case, right? That he did provide evidence. Does that mean that the Earth's a globe now? But look, you can't present a differential category. Like if you're asked for category A and you present category B, then you didn't meet the challenge. You know, it'd be akin to saying, I bet you that I date a supermodel. And you'd be like, okay, I'll take your bet. Prove to me that you date a supermodel, and you just provide the measurements, like
provide the penny,
the dress size. Yeah,
provide the penny.
Here's her dress size, and here's ladies' clothing. Therefore, a supermodel that would fit in those clothes is really existing and really is my girlfriend. I mean, it's just retarded on its face. Man, it's getting cold, man. All right, I gotta climb this ladder. If you hear me screaming, you know what happened. 4 a.m. Gotta put some caulk on a roof. Yeah, so the theme of this conversation right now is retarded claims by Globers that think they're making claims about things that exist in tangible reality, but they're actually only model ideas. So who else has got one of those? That's juicy, delicious, and entertaining.
I don't know if you that, but I posted in the live stream my interpretation based on the electromagnetic spectrum and my research. I claim to know everything, and you can compare the images for yourself. And feel free to use it for your research and scrutinize it. But I for the debate, really. I'm here for dialogue, and most people here. Well, some of the crowds that were here back in the late 2018, 2019 time period might remember who I was, and I was a little bit of a different character back then, but I'm more laid back and quiet now until you tick me off, then it's a different story. AI, I recognize you, you're a good fellow, so I'm going to go back on mute. I just thought I'd explain myself. Thank you very much.
Yo, Arden. Robot man. I guess he's on ladder.
They abandoned nature completely and pushed aside ecologic systems to accomplish their goal. They cannibalized entire mountain ranges, which they used to admire and love, to acquire the raw material for the awesome structure. The work crews built with flawless precision, and it was obvious that it was going to succeed. A bridge to the edge of the sky itself. The work would only pause long enough for the mighty armies below to look up and yell, "We come for you," so loudly that on a clear day you could actually feel the dome shake. And the creators, faced with their first great challenge, decided to start again. And the people were changed, their language fragmented so that the builders couldn't continue. The tower was dismantled, their technology removed and forgotten, and the people scattered. A new group was introduced to the dome, divided in every way imaginable, so that unity was next to impossible, and everything slowed down. Languages evolved and devolved into other dialects, and the languages produced text, which produced different forms of culture, and some amazing things began to happen, the most important of which was the arts. The dome builders saw the artistic pool develop into several distinct forms. Everything drawn in any medium on a flat surface. Everything molded that took on a three-dimensional shape. Everything that produced music. All things that make up the human form and motion. And all the written works. Pictures, sculptures, music, dance, literature, the arts. Driven by passion, it is the very essence of what is good in humanity. Once this was recognized, all dome methods put in place were to cultivate and enhance this process. Land masses were adjusted with geology and temperature to support every kind of terrain, with mountains, rivers, oceans, plains, forests, jungles, deserts, all of it stunning, all of it stimulating the human mind, nourishing it. And the modifications continued with seemingly endless shades of weather. The sky was overhauled, a moon added, and layers upon layers upon layers of stars, so that one day, when the people were able to see further than their own eyes, there would still be something new to see. And the arts flourished, but there was a cost. The languages and division of cultures had put the population at odds, and wars were raging at regular intervals. The dome builders debated if the price was too high. Plans were drawn up to make more changes, until they noticed that the arts thrived even through the worst of conflicts, producing grace and beauty despite their burning world. It was wonderful and terrible at the same time, and the debate outside the barrier continued to intensify until a majority spoke out and said, "This world is a creative force, and we must see what it leads to. The barrier must be hidden at all costs." So the globe model was put into the population, and both science and religion adapted to it. The arts grabbed onto it like a new drug, the creative minds of the world exploding with new concepts. Their universe was now infinite, and the rules changed. Science then led to science fiction, which opened up everything else. Books, pictures, sculptures, dance, and music, all reaching deep into space. Decade after decade of wonderful possibilities, rising above the ashes that were at their feet. And it's not just the artists, it's everyone. You affect others, who affect others, who inspire others, who build it, paint it, sculpt it, sing it, who then put it up on a pedestal and hold it under the light and say, "This is a piece of who we are." And for every one of them, there are hundreds of others who, for whatever reason, were unable to express the songs and images and stories that are in their heads. Imagination is far more important than knowledge because it is limitless. It is your shield, your sword against the cruelty of destructive forces. There are those right now who live in chaos, whose life is surrounded by a swirling nightmare from which they think they'll never escape. These are the true warriors of the world, and they are far braver than me. I am humbled by those who suffer the most. Know that mountains were built for you. Oceans were built for you. All of this was built for you, your struggles and your trials by fire. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, but one day the curtain will close and this stage will be struck. And when the dust settles, no matter where you are right now, you'll see the big picture and have new eyes, and you will be shown what wonder really is. And as you leave this most magnificent of theaters, heading towards the next, my hope is that you'll pause, look back at the stage and say, I was actually in it, you know, right there in the thick of things, and it was a sight to see. Because it really is a hell of a ride. Imagine what the next one will be like.
Astronauts to the moon.
Earth Clues Part 9, The Magic Show. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This flat Earth perspective initially started out as a problem-solving exercise that was going to be built into Clue 7, otherwise known as the Long Haul. But after some research and a little patience, it has evolved into something that warranted its own section, and is a perfect example of good things come to those who wait. So emails and phone calls have been coming in, almost all of them positive. Several people from around the world commented on the southern plane routes. They said that while 95% of the long routes in that hemisphere were connections, which in itself raises red flags, there were a few pesky non-stops that seemed to contradict the overall logic. The question then posed to me was obviously, are they real flights? Could they be put there to throw the Flat Earth group off? If it was a trick, could I figure out what it was and how it was accomplished? I accepted the challenge and started my impression of Morgan Freeman as he went up against the Four Horsemen magician crew. Now, admittedly, I was skeptical to start, because the flights went against the third rule, that being the flat Earth has no shortcuts. Only a globe has shortcuts. As in magic, I had to assume the rule was not being broken, but only hidden, or having the illusion of being broken. But first, I had to see the trick itself. I had to see the planes in question and see them make the route. Anyone can list a flight, but does it actually go from point A to point B? With the help of several other people, this was then put to the test. While just about everyone with a cell phone knows about GPS and how it can track things, many people don't know that even though it's a system built by the military, there is a very public aspect to it. So while your phone is tracked at all times, so are other things, most notably all air traffic. Now, if you're military, you could view military planes. If you work at a cargo carrier like UPS or FedEx, you can view transport planes. The general public is mostly limited to commercial air traffic. This can be viewed in several places, and the one I chose was planefinder.net. You can use others like FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, Flight Tracker. It makes no difference because they are all tied into the same exact GPS system. All these sites do basically the same thing, track every commercial plane in the world from start to end in real time. So I spend day after day looking at the Plane Finder global map, which you see here. At any given time, it's tracking between 3,000 to 7,000 flights that are en route anywhere in the world. You'll notice two different colors for planes, red and yellow. Yellow just means there's a 5-minute delay in processing and only applies to the United States. The point here is, in order to prove out these flights that go against flat Earth theory, I need to watch a few as they cross either the South Pacific or Indian Oceans. The web page updates automatically, but just to be sure, I close and reopen the page every 30 minutes or so and wait for an ocean plane. And I wait, and I wait, and I wait some more. Hours pass, days pass, and no red planes to entertain me. And somewhere in this process of me just staring at these empty oceans, waiting for a plane to cross, something occurs to me. Can you guess what it is? Nothing is crossing these oceans. Not non-stops, connections, multiple connections, nothing. But that's not possible, right? The planes have to reach their destinations. So I change gears and just watch the coastlines of anything in the southern hemisphere, and I start to see it. I follow a simple plane out of Brazil on its way to South Africa, which, by the way, is not part of the long-haul argument. It's offshore just a few hundred miles. I get something to drink, and when I come back, it's gone. Just a glitch, right? So I follow another, and another, and the same thing happens again and again. Once the plane reaches an imaginary line in the water, GPS makes it disappear. Then a friend who is also working on this problem sends me some links, which I've included in the description. I encourage you to take a look at them. At first, they don't seem like much, just an average flight log showing speed, altitude, locations, things you could expect. Then you scroll down to about 3:30 in the morning, and the location drops away and is replaced by either the word approximate or the word estimated. This then continues for the next 5 hours until, miraculously, 1 hour before landing, the flight log reestablishes itself, and the GPS system shows the plane in real time about to reach its destination. So to be clear to those who may not be seeing everything here, the flights are being dropped off GPS, and their flight data is also turned off and stays off until they are almost on top of their arrival point. And you say, well, that's how GPS works. Well, no, because the northern hemisphere has planes flying all over their oceans. And then you say that maybe it's a localized southern hemisphere thing. And I say, then why are all the flights over or near land perfectly tracked? Furthermore, this is a US-based system with Americans flying on vacation every single day. You're telling me that those people aren't going to be tracked? In addition, the Vanishing Plane Act is happening to not only the South Pacific and Indian Oceans, which I would expect, but also the South Atlantic, which isn't part of the flat Earth argument. There are a bunch of flights that cross this relatively small ocean between South America and Africa, and every one of the planes is hidden shortly after takeoff. So then you say, what would be the purpose of hiding those shorter routes in the Atlantic? It's because of something I didn't see right away. If you hide one flight, you have to hide them all. Showing the GPS routes in the Atlantic, but leaving out the Pacific and Indian Oceans would raise different questions. So the logic here, despite being very sneaky, is sound. The third rule is that the flat Earth has no shortcuts. If you look at the azimuthal equidistant map again, and look close, you notice that while the South Pacific, South Atlantic, and Indian Oceans make up the lower sections on a globe, they make up the outer ring on a flat model. In that model, there is no shortcut between Australia and South America. If you are creating flight routes, you have only two choices. You take the long way around, clockwise or counterclockwise, and stay on the ocean, or you cut across the land in the middle. But if you cut across the land, you have to create connections, because on a globe, it wouldn't make sense to fly over the top of the United States to get to South America. Neither of these choices are ideal. So the authority came up with a compromise. Disable GPS and lose the planes for every ocean flight in the southern hemisphere. Then reactivate them once the destination is reached. This is just one of the lengths that they are willing to use to keep you from seeing it. Don't just hide some things, hide everything, so that maybe the topic isn't addressed. And some would come back and say, well, nice going. You just pointed out a flaw in their system, and sooner or later, they will fix the gap. Maybe. But not soon, I think. Remember, this is a rule, not a guideline. They can't change the map, so they have to work within its limitations. If they have a better workaround, I can't wait to see it.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 10, Hiding God. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. As you can tell from the title, I'm taking a different approach. Eventually, I was going to have to address the question of what happens next, or what we do now with the information at hand. If you've made it through the guide and the first 9 clues, then at this point you're either buying into the flat model or on the fence. If this is the first one you went to because of the title, I recommend you go back, because we're not going to do much in the way of reviewing. But if you're still with me, then you would agree that 1, the world you've been taught has been kept from you, and 2, one way or another, you would like to prove this out. So how is this possible? The authority in question, who created what you call the globe, is guarding all the gates. They protect the sky, the outer edge, and most importantly, the education system that shows us at an early age what they want us to see. Nobody listening to this has their own spaceship or advanced rocket program. Nobody actually owns a long-distance icebreaker. And while some of you may have a private plane, I wouldn't recommend testing a military barrier that technically doesn't exist. But then again, you have to remember that this is not the story of David and Goliath. The hidden world was never going to be sustainable forever. As a civilization evolves, the tools the authority uses as a method of control become more vulnerable. I've learned many things about systems over the years, and one thing that I find most interesting is as layers of strength increase, the higher the chance that they can be used to your advantage. But maybe I'm talking in riddles. I should be boiling it down to what can be done by showing you what's being hidden, what's important, and how it can be spread to others without looking like a crazy person. To be clear, and I can't stress this enough, do not start conversations with the word flat Earth. Think of it like Fight Club. The first rule of Flat Club is that you do not talk about Flat Club. Before you started waking up and watching all these things, you were like me. You laughed and mocked everything that was flat Earth. You may have learned faster than others, but the knee-jerk reaction by 99% of the people was created the day they sat down in a classroom and stared at the globe. Look at the videos, not just mine, but others who are putting forward some great arguments, and ask the questions that people can relate to. I'm going to introduce 3 very important questions that you can use, each with a statement that precedes it, and each statement is a motivation for a different group of people. If you don't fall into one of these three groups, then I guarantee you know people that do. The first statement is this: you are being hidden. What do I mean by that? Well, this goes back to Clue 7 and Clue 9, which talk about the flights in the Southern Hemisphere. If you are flying a plane over the Southern Hemisphere, your flight is not being tracked. How can this be used to find out the truth? It's simple, it's quick, and it costs no money. No matter what country you live in, send a quick note to your local, state, or federal representative and ask them this question: why are citizens of our country flying over oceans without the safety net of the GPS system? And remind them that GPS stands for global, not partial. Without GPS, anything could happen to your plane and no one knows where you are. And while you're at it, remind them that the GPS system was built by the United States Department of Defense, who never does anything small. The system that is in effect now has what appears to be huge, deliberate gaps in the Southern Hemisphere only. Do not mention Flat Earth. Just voice your concern about the safety of you, your loved ones, and your fellow citizens. Will they get back to you? Possibly. Will they give you a satisfactory answer? Not a chance. Because they will only have what the military gives them. What this will do, however, is create a unique buzz in certain circles that may prove to be useful later. The more politicians or high-ranking officials you contact, the greater the noise. The motivation here, as you can tell, is general public concern. The second statement is this: wealth is being hidden. What do I mean by that? Goes back to Clue 2 and every other mention regarding Antarctica. In 1954, it was announced on national television that the continent was just millions of miles of rich energy resources. And by 1959, it was sealed off like Area 51. How can this be used to find out the truth? By contacting anyone you know in either the petroleum, natural gas, or mineral industry. This means ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, BHP Billiton, Rio Tinto, Glencore, Anglo American, and there are many others. Find anyone in these companies and make inquiries about their prospects in Antarctica. Send them the link to the Admiral Byrd interview and ask them why, if there are no environmental conflicts regarding oil, gas, or mining, why aren't they allowed to even petition the idea, even when the world's energy resources are dwindling more every day? Put the sound of money in their ear. They may not be able to break through the decades of red tape laid out in front of them, but it will create a buzz from a different side, the motivation of greed, and of pristine resources just begging to be harvested. And finally, to preface the third statement, I need to thank all the people who have sent me stacks and stacks of biblical scripture, asking me to stop dancing around the title of the flat model and call the structure what it really is. And you know, they have a point. I have put myself at a distance because I want to reach people who are outside of religious faith and even outside of general conspiracies. But for all those spiritual groups who have contacted me, I can now, however, say with conviction that this third statement is this: they are hiding God. Despite what labels I put on the flat model structure, the oldest names are from the oldest texts, one of those being called the firmament. If the firmament was indeed discovered in 1956 and it was deliberately hidden, then the ruling authority not only hid the structure, but evidence of the builders. And by builders, I mean creators, and by that, I mean what people define as God. Hiding God could be considered one of the worst ideas of all time, And if you are a person of great or small faith, you have a vested interest in any evidence that would solidify and vindicate your years of dedicated service. If a structure was found that had, for all intents and purposes, the handprint of God on it, then the ruling authority has no right to keep it from you. There are billions of people on this world who have personally dealt with the concept of God and would like to know for sure if these beliefs are well placed. Or, in short, you want to know the meaning of life. It's out there, and it's been hidden from you. Your motivation is clear. Go to your church leaders, your congregation, and tell them science probably found evidence of God in 1956 and decided to keep it a secret. If you know people of religious power, send this up the ladder. Get the word out and see what comes back. Between these three statements and questions, people will talk to people who will talk with others and eventually reach someone who knows. This isn't a grassroots or groundswell movement that takes a long time, because the system that has been used to mold and control you these past years has been based on speed, and by that I mean real time. All it takes is a single video, a memorandum, one whistleblower, one key person, and everything changes, not in months or weeks or days, but hours. And in those hours, everything changes because of the speed. People all over the world wake up and look at the sky with new eyes, and things start to get better. One person, that's all it takes. One person to come forward and share what has been hidden for so long. Maybe someone who is tired of all the games. Maybe someone who has gone year after year burdened by such a heavy secret. Maybe you, who are listening right now, who is looking for a reason to come forward. This is it. And if you don't want to walk into the light and be the hero, I understand. But if you can't, for whatever reason, then be anonymous. Share the message and help us make this world better, because it can be better. For everyone else, give this person an opening. Give them the opportunity and give them the support they need to help reclaim what's left of our civilization, because we need it now more than ever. I will keep spreading the word for as long as I can, in hopes that everyone that hears it starts seeing things with new eyes. And I encourage each of you to do the same. And maybe one day, we will learn to treat others better than we treat ourselves.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 11, Souls in the System. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the recent past, or more specifically, an odd but interesting piece of conspiracy lore. What I hope to show here is an example of how an enclosed system, once revealed, can change the world very quickly and in ways you may not have realized. To start, we need to go back a little ways, to a controversial 2004 documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. For those of you who missed this strange little gem, the summary is this. The producer-director Bart Winfield Sibrel went out to prove that all the moon landings were elaborate hoaxes. To do this, he set up interviews with the Apollo astronauts, giving them the impression that the interview was just routine. He then produced a Bible and asked each of the astronauts to swear on the book before the interview started. The interview was then supposed to be a series of detailed technical questions designed to trip up the astronauts. During the process, there was quite a bit of tension and some very uncomfortable moments, including one actual fist fight. Now, I'm not recommending that anyone actually go out and watch this hour-long documentary. For me, the astronauts have had to live with this guilt a long time, and leaving them alone seems like the humane thing to do. What interested me, and moreover what piqued my interest then, wasn't the unoriginal questions the reporter posed, but how the astronauts reacted to the Bible itself. None of the Apollo pilots would put their hand on it and swear that they went to the moon. In fact, most treated the book like it was made of plutonium. This puzzled me for years because it went against the basic rules of any cover-up, one of which is lie about everything. Now, the pilots of the Apollo program had done many interviews over the years, many televised, and had been going through their song and dance without really any instances of contention. So why not just go through the motions again? It is, after all, just a book, right? People lie under oath all the time. It's called perjury, and every country has an extensive system of laws and punishments to deal with it. These punishments don't seem to stop the people from committing perjury, and you can read about it almost every day. Furthermore, the astronauts were not in court. This was just a room, sometimes their own home. So swearing on the book would, for all intents and purposes, be meaningless. And this sat in the back of my head for years, because it didn't make sense. Why would astronauts, trained by a very large military science program, be afraid of just putting their hand on the book and just tell one more lie? Well, for them, it may have been more than just a book. It may have been a symbol of something much bigger. You see, for you, me, and almost everyone else, a holy book is a symbol of faith because the creator or creators have yet to be revealed. But if you knew that the creators were real, then the book becomes something much more tangible, more relevant, more sobering. Or more to the point, the Apollo astronauts would have been let in on the enclosed system during their tenure with NASA, and over the decades, this system created certain truths for these men, one of which is someone could be watching. Now, whether the builders/creators are actually watching every little thing we do can be debated, but if you have proof that they are real, then the thought of your every move being scrutinized is a very real possibility. This is what you and I may suspect, but don't feel. The Apollo pilots, however, are a different story. If they were shown how the world really looked, then their attitude towards the book takes on a whole new meaning. In fact, it didn't have to even be a Bible. It could have been an encyclopedia or a piece of wood, because it was the idea that made them pause. And if you're still not getting it, then I'll ask you directly. If you actually saw some of the creator's handiwork and knew that there was a chance you were being watched, and there was a scorecard involved, would you swear against that and lie about something? Would you roll those dice and take the chance? Or to put it another way, everyone has gotten frustrated about something, then looked up and cursed the sky. Would you still do that if you knew that a creator was up there and possibly listening? That's just one example of how knowledge of the enclosed system changes people. The astronauts didn't want to roll the dice and lie because there was a real fear of retribution. And while they were confident that a bolt of lightning wasn't going to strike them down, they also weren't going to push their luck. And we all take on the same approach in daily life. Everyone who drives has run a stoplight. We know when we see the yellow light that it's too far away, so we hit the gas and hope for the best, especially if the traffic is light and we aren't putting anyone in danger. But you take that very same intersection and put a red light camera on it, well, then things change, don't they? Do you hit the gas and roll the dice? Not a chance. You hit the brakes and hope that you can stop in time because you are being watched. You may not be a model driver by any sense of the word, but you understand this rule and this place, and you don't break it. And this one aspect is why I'm pushing so hard to see the enclosed system revealed. Because as a civilization, we seem to be only as good as what we can get away with. This isn't an issue with freedom, it's an issue with doing the right thing. You know that running red lights is a bad idea. The camera is a reminder of that. Imagine all the things that would change for the better if the enclosed system was revealed. Would you lie to hurt someone? Would you rob a bank, commit fraud, or embezzle? Would you steal anything unless your life depended on it? And while people would still get angry and fight, would they maim each other? Would they kill? Would anyone knowingly commit murder? Would you bully or extort people for profit? In fact, knowing that the world was created, would you do anything malicious towards anyone? If the world is not a globe, but instead enclosed, then wars end. Hate crimes end. Maybe not overnight, but quickly. Because you may be, for the first time in your life, actually accountable for your actions. You realize now that you are a very real soul in this enclosed system, and you have a responsibility towards your fellow man, one that can be boiled down into one simple rule: treat others better than you treat yourself. This is why it's so important to show the world as it really is. This is why I am asking the authority itself to open the door and let this secret come through. You've kept this hidden for too long, and the people who live here with you have been through enough. This isn't about money or power anymore. It's about our very souls, the essence of who we are. Wealth and titles don't define your heart. Hiding the entire world may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but we have gone way beyond that. Have you actually seen our home recently? This needs to be fixed, and it needs to be now. The people won't forget the deception, but they will forgive you for it, because a truth like this will make them more noble, something we should have been since the beginning. So do your own research, and always ask questions.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right? So you might trust me to be your accountant. But being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well, kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so that's why I apologize for saying science is... I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
There would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where has this taken place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
any person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
Well, until what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe. and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since. What is it? But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you? That
what's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So Wait 1 minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't that be
your expectation? It's getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that you
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling. Yep. When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yeah, because...
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center of view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right,
think
so
about this. Think
stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Yeah. Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the top of my head. AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit. Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah.
Now, this is a necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's 2 oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be 5?
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope, not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times, what is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20. 40. No, 25. 25 times 25. Times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding ding ding! He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, shh. Calm down.
Oh no,
we're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So, for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. with all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military... Hey, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Yep. Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
get
But
prestige. It doesn't.
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why Does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
so let's be clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back
because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but...
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Definitely.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just
or anything like that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. There's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here. Great looking sky. Can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk. Let me hear.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
It's okay to
for
learn as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.